I like quoting Bob Dylan's great line, "He not busy being born is busy dying." But what does this mean? Busy being born? What is that? Well, let me try to narrow it down to one quality that will always ensure that we are busy being born. That quality is curiosity. The kind of person who grows, who does not ossify or stagnate, is the kind of person who is always curious. As kids, many of us, if not most of us, tend to be curious and to always ask why this, why that. But alas, we lose this as we become adults and settle into a comfortable groove. But this asking why is so important. It keeps your brain active. It allows you to enjoy serendipity, to soak up the many wonders of this world. Curious people know more than just their domain of expertise, and therefore they are better than other narrower experts in their field. Everything is everything, and only a curious person can train herself to see the bigger picture as well as the smaller details others may miss. So I implore you, gentle listener, no matter what else you do in your one wild and precious life, don't stop asking the question, why?
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is the brilliant thinker Tanvi Madan, who works in Brookings in Washington, D.C. and is considered one of India's finest foreign policy experts. I would object to such a narrow way of defining her though, and so will you after you hear this episode. Tanvi is someone who started asking why as a kid and never stopped. She hasn't been a one-track person. She's worked in a travel agency, done coding, graphic design, animation. She's toyed with the idea of opening a pub. She studied history, international relations, and public policy before becoming one of the most respected voices in that field. Her work has the rigor of an academic but is rooted in the reality of the real world. Her book, Fateful is filled with novel insights about the role of China in India-US relations. It's a great read. This conversation was recorded on July 22nd when I was traveling through DC, and the one thing I loved about it is Tanvi's combination of clarity and energy. She thought deeply on many subjects. We had a great time talking about generalists versus specialists, the think tank world, the foreign policy world, the different imperatives of political science and history, and so on. At the same time, she could skip from subject to subject with perfect ease, and whether she opens a pub or not, I have a feeling that Tanvi Madan will always be busy being born. She will never stand still. Before we begin this conversation though, let's take a quick break, because after that you're going to have a blast. Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co-hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Tanvi, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thanks, Amit. It's great to be on the podcast.
It's such a pleasure to actually come here and be able to do this in person because, as you know, being a podcaster yourself, an in-person conversation is always great. I want to start by something that sort of intrigued me when I was sort of, watching everything you've done on, on YouTube and listening to your podcasts and all that. I was struck by how when you were growing up in Delhi in the 1980s, you mentioned that you enjoyed watching The World This Week. And I was also growing up in the 80s and I loved watching World This Week as well. And I now realize that the world has changed in the sense that today we have so many different disparate sources of information and news about the world, right? It's just all over the place. There are so many of them. But at the same time, it's bewildering. Like, along with the fact that the consensus on the truth has broken down, mainstream media is, becoming more and more irrelevant. Everything is narrative battles. There was a charm about The World This Week that you could, in that half an hour capsule or 1 hour capsule, you could just know everything about the world, right? And everything today is sort of diffused. So what is your sense of how that landscape, I won't even call it the media landscape, it is also our internal landscape of how we understand the world, how we take knowledge in. What is your sense of how that has changed and what that has meant for you?
I think one thing about The World This Week that I liked, and I think there is a market for even today, which is that a lot of what we've seen, even on regular TV these days in the evening, you see it is opinion. What was good about World this week was that you saw facts and analysis. The other thing, I think there's generally been a move, and maybe the market it demands this to a certain extent. And, I'm not in the business of the media side of it, but the general sense I've got is that you have, even in foreign policy, and this is globally, not just an India issue, is you've seen people's political views or political prisms now shape their not just opinion on foreign policy, but analysis. So I'm trained as a historian, and when governments tell me that something's happening for the first time or is unprecedented, my initial thing is, let me actually go and look. It's true, some things are unprecedented, but if you're calling everything unprecedented, that is and it's fine for politicians to do it. That's their job. It's parties. I think you have seen where even analysts have started, starting with a conclusion and then moving from there. So I think, between, I think, a lot more opinion, analysis that has started getting framed, that I think is those are two trends that I've seen. To me, in some ways, it is good, though, to see just the number of platforms. I would like to believe, I hope that people just don't go shopping for the people who have their own opinions. But to me, the fact that if you do want this information, it's much more accessible. So growing up in India in the 80s, the idea of a part of the reason World This Week is because we only had Doordarshan. It wasn't exactly, I don't want to have nostalgia about that period. Sometimes we do about, DD when, the logo comes on and things like that. But part of it was we had very limited sources of information. I was lucky enough that my father, who was not an international relations foreign policy person, he was in the business sector. But in those days, the private sector obviously also, the salaries were capped, for example, by government, etc. But he had a thirst for knowledge about the world. And so he used to subscribe to Time and Newsweek when Time and Newsweek were what they were then. And so for me, it was great storytelling. So for me also, I have deep respect for good journalists because one, I can't do my research without it, but also I think their writing helped me develop an interest and they could tell a story. But again, it was facts. To some extent, it was analysis, but it was literally just, here's what's happening in the world. So to me, I'd like to see more of that because I do think there is a market for it. And I think, your podcast is a good example of this. But I do think it's not a bad thing that we're seeing so many different platforms. The issue always is, where can you find, sometimes there's information overload. So then the question is, you probably had people on who've talked about this, is, how do you assess credibility? How do you assess quality? Those are the things I think that you start to think about. Even we all like to beat up on Twitter or X these days. But for me, one of the reasons I stay on, despite the fact that I do think it's a more toxic platform than it used to be, is I still find that I learn things on there. If I follow, I have lists, Twitter lists, or whatever they're called now. But you can still, whether it is, so it's TV, which I think less so. Even in the US, you see news channels, they don't have news. They have talking heads talking about usually just America. So I, for example, here will listen to, in a US context, I still listen to the BBC. I'll listen to NPR, which is National Public Radio here, and we'll just have, this is what's happening in the world. So I still think, what you said about the world this week, you can still tune in and get a pretty good idea. I say I read The Economist if I can A, get through it, and B, I read it, I usually listen to the audio version. Because again, yes, they have a view, but the reporting is, I get a good encapsulation of what's happening in the world.
No, I totally agree that, it is an incredible superpower that we all have, that anyone can just start, a podcast or a blog or a publication like War on the Rocks, for example. And it strikes me that, why World This Week worked so well was that even at that time, you didn't have an overload of information. But what Pranay Roy did was he was an excellent curator. From what was out there, he chose what to bring to you, and it was a great capsule. And today we have an overload of information, but we still need curators, and we still find curators. For me, Twitter/X is so remarkable because if you can shut out the toxicity and not engage in conversations, it's magical. You can wake up every morning and listen to the best minds in the world thinking aloud. Like, what the fuck? That was unimaginable 30 years ago for
Absolutely.
us. It's absolute magic.
It's also, if I may, I think the other thing I think you alluded to is, I think it's been really important. You don't need, gatekeepers don't have the same kind of power they did. It's not that they don't exist anymore, they do. But to me, the fact, and I think especially for younger people, and especially for women, and especially for other disadvantaged groups who could not have broken through, you don't have to be from particular schools today. You don't have to be, a former, for example, in kind of either in India or the US. You can actually have a view. Hopefully, it's an informed view, and you can even debate with people who do have more experience, and the good folks amongst them actually do engage in a good way, rather than just ignore or yell at people who have different views and say, you don't have the rights credentials. So to me, gatekeeping, I think, was a big problem. And, even on TV, for example, the same people, including, I'd get calls, but it's not clear that you get a wider set of views. And so to me, that's the other good thing about the environment we're in today.
Just before we started, you sort of lamented the 800-word op-ed, and it, strips away nuance and etc. etc. And I often think about the influence of form on the work that we do. The last time I was a columnist a couple of years back, I decided I'm not going to write for anyone else again, just do my own thing. But I had columns for Times of India and Bloomberg Quint. And with Times of India, it was the standard 800 words. And with Bloomberg Quint, they said do whatever you want. So I would do 2,500 word essays, and that just gave me the ability to stretch out, and it just felt way more satisfying. With TOI, it almost felt as if you've got one message to give and you're getting it across, and much more terse. And I realized that most intensely with the podcast itself, that if you're doing a half an hour conversation, you don't have to go deep. You don't even have to read the person's book. You can just ask standard questions. You can take them from ChatGPT and you can just get by. Whereas as I started doing longer conversations, I realized that I have to listen, and I have to listen to understand and not respond to evoke Stephen Covey's quote. And therefore, my ego has to go out of the window. It is, an act of much deeper engagement. And then that can shape you in other ways. So I wrote an essay about how the form can shape the content, and then that can shape the character. Like, because what you do day in and day out is what shapes you as a person. It's, the rhythms of your life come from there. What are your thoughts on form, for example, like both in terms of being a thinker and a writer who's putting her work out there and has written one superb book, and also in terms of someone who is consuming? Because in this modern world, like, my lament for myself is that too much of my consumption is at this choppy rhythm of scroll, swipe, and it almost takes an act of great willpower to sit down and read a book which would have been so reflexively natural earlier. What has that been like you at both ends?
To me, if I had to boil it down to one word, I'd say diversity, which is, I like that today we can have diverse forms that are considered acceptable and that get consumed. Here at Brookings, we have this, we still have a book writing culture. It's some consider it old fashioned. I still like it. It's one of the reasons I work here. I get to do books length research. I spent a week in the Reagan archives last week. I like that I work at a place that not just says it's okay for you to do that. It encourages me to write a book that involves actual research. So we do the book. Having said that, our attitude here, and again, I absolutely agree with it, is that is the basis for a whole lot of other things you do. So the way I often put it is, you should be able to take that research and analysis and produce it in a form from everything to a tweet to that book and everything in between. So you should be able to, I lament the 800-word op-ed because I'm frankly not very disciplined. I tend to be more wordy, as listeners of your podcast will learn. But I do think that is a certain discipline that everybody should have and be able to do, because you should be able to distill your key points into an 800-word op-ed. In the policy world, you also have a memo. Nobody's going to read more than a page. Sometimes people, they have what they call the bluff, the bottom line up front. It's a paragraph up top. You have to. So it's a good discipline to be able to do, one tweet or a Twitter thread, or the 800-word op-ed. My preferred form tends to be the 2,500 to 3,000 word, because I feel I can explain a little bit more. Today in online world, yes, you can put links into that 800 word op-ed, but if it's a newspaper, that's all a person is going to read. So if somebody actually does want to develop an argument, you want to give some historical context, you want to bust some myths, as I like to do with some of my work, try to question some of the received wisdom, conventional wisdom you have. It's easier to do in a 2,500, 3,000 word thing. And then even longer reports, right? You do, if you're a academic, you do kind of the 6 to 8,000 word journal article, or you do, 10 to 20,000 word reports, and then you have the book. So to me, the good thing about where we're going with form is that there are outlets for it. And I will say there's another form. I had a brief stint where I learned about graphic design and visual representation. I always joke, sometimes really complex ideas. You wrote, I'll give you an example, the Quad, the Australia, India, Japan, US grouping. I have done a fair bit of work on that. And I wrote a kind of a long report for RAND on this a few years ago. I think maybe 5 people read it. Thank you to all of them. I did, based on that, a set of graphics charts that essentially represented the visual version of the point I was trying to make in that argument, which is the Quad is reflective of this coalition building minilateralism world and what it was actually doing and why these 4 countries made sense from that. Those charts got tens of thousands of views. I've lost track. People put them on their syllabus and stuff. I'm not saying this to say, oh, look, people looked at mine, but to point out that you have to figure out, you have to keep up as an analyst, as a scholar, as a policy person with how are people consuming information, who is your audience. And for me, part of that audience is I do want to appeal to young people. So I'll do what can Pride and Prejudice tell us about the Quad, or, explain the Quad through Pride and Prejudice. I'll do a whole thing, a thread on that. Because to me, if it conveys information, that is the point. It's not about, I have to kind of figure out who my ideal consumer audience is, and what best form does that make sense. So, it's visuals, it's podcasts. This wasn't even a thing, right? Radio. Sometimes, you think we're reinventing radio. So you think about all those forms, not just written, but I think in other forms as well. Look, I'm even open to, I'm not on Instagram, but, Insta Reels, YouTube Shorts. I think whatever works to get your message out there. And for me, it's not so much a message. For me, it's analysis and information, and putting that out there for people. And so it really depends on, I like the diversity of form, but you have to know what your audience is.
I keep telling my writing students that there's a two-way relationship between writing and thinking. It's not just true that a clear thinker is likely to be a better writer, but it works the other way more. That, writing helps you think better. And the nuance that you've added to that, and I agree with completely, is that different forms teach you to think in different ways. Mm-hmm. If you're writing a tweet or if you're writing a 2-para summary, you have to really just get to the heart of the matter, capture the essence of whatever you're talking about. Whereas if you're writing a book, you have to go deep and think in a different way. And it's important to do all of this, because if you do one or the other, then you get stuck in that. If you're always just tweeting, then you are bound to be superficial and, not go deep enough. Whereas if you're just writing books, sometimes you need to just kind of get your head out of there and, focus on what's essential. My other question is about, when you speak about reaching people, like I did an episode with our friends from Takshashila, Pranay, Khyati and Anupam, and they did this great graphic book, We the Citizens, which I absolutely loved because it is just so accessible. It's done so well, and huge credit to Khyati for that. As a thinker and as someone in the business of knowledge, how do you think of the dual responsibilities of, on the one hand, you understand the world better and put down that knowledge, and on the other hand, you communicate that to people and it actually gets out there? So how do you view that sort of balance between doing the work where, it must be so pleasurable to be able to go to an archive and just dive into a rabbit hole, and you might feel like, hey, I could spend months doing this, but also of taking a step back and coming out of yourself and thinking of the other person and saying, how do we shape this in this form? How do we shape that in that form? So, what's your evolution been like when it comes to these two?
So I think Some of this is briefly, and then I'll kind of elaborate, is I have a mentality about if it's the tree falling in the forest thing. And if there's nobody around to hear it, then it's me sitting and having a great time. And there's nothing wrong with that because I've learned a lot from, big tomes that people have written and put it only in that form. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Sometimes you always wonder, if you had the luxury of doing what the kind of old European scholars used to do is sit somewhere on the side of an island and, or on an island and sit and write and pontificate and read. But I think to each their own. And my philosophy has been is that, and that's why I'm at a think tank and not in kind of pure academia. And again, I learn a lot from folks at universities. But my attitude has been that I do want to actually engage with various kinds of stakeholders, not just policymakers, but the public. I do want to shape the public conversation. And so for me, part of that is, and then as you said, depending on what you're trying to do, then you have to adapt in terms of what forms you're going to engage with. I think maybe some of this comes from my sister's a landscape architect. My mother's a doctor. My father worked in the private sector. So there isn't like a family business as such. You get used to having to engage outside your own little world. And, the example I tend to give is when I wrote the first draft of my book, my sister read it. It was based on my dissertation, and my sister read it, and she said, "This is too dense," the first couple of chapters. And that made me actually go back, reread it, and try to make an effort to try to make it more accessible. Now, my first book, the first book. It still is, I would say, it still hopefully will be the densest book I ever write, but it improves your thinking about your audiences when you think, I actually do want to speak to maximum number of people. So I don't just want to speak to my peers. I do want to engage. I also think the other thing is that you always think about who shaped your views. And it's everybody. So the reason I have a lot of respect for journalists, for professors is those are the people who helped through their work, when professors, people say, who has policy impact? Professors, because they're actually training the undergraduates who then go and become, go on. But that's when your minds are really shaped. And so for me, I often think about, who has kind of inspired my thinking. And I try to say, okay, I want to be able to maybe get people to think again. And second, I want to also speak to the professors and the journalists and others. So I think some of it really depends on, what it is. If you're lucky enough to have a job that allows you to do different kinds of things, you have to prioritize. So in my current job, there's less incentive to write a journal article, say. It takes too long. It's still a great form, other than the fact that, maybe some companies make way too much money out of scholars' IP. But I do think, for me, you have to prioritize. So you have to prioritize in your own space about who your audience is, then think about form. But for me, I think I've always had this idea that I want to speak to people outside my little bubble. And so I want to make things accessible. And I particularly think, as I was saying, because professors inspired me, I always think, trying to speak to younger audiences because they have an interest and they have a passion. You want to encourage it about the world in a way that's what inspired me. And that stuck with me for life. And, so for me, that's what I think. I want to engage with everybody across age groups, across different sectors. I also think it makes you a better analyst because if you're thinking, I want to think about stakeholders across different sectors, for example, then you're going to make an effort to learn something about economic policy, about domestic politics, about energy policy, about tech. And so then I'm not just kind of a, foreign policy pointy head person focused on my lane. You're thinking about it in a broader context. And again, this is my preference. Some would say, okay, that means you end up being too broad and not deep. That's a fair enough criticism. But, I learn a lot from those who do deep dive. I'd like to believe I can deep dive, but also put it in a broader context. But you do make choices about these things.
One of the laments I have about what I see of academia from the outside and what I see of economists certainly is that there is a drive to specialize too much, and they're driven into silos and they're not engaging with the outside world. And the Renaissance man or the Renaissance person, as it were, no longer really exists. It's sort of a dying breed. And for me, like we Ajay and I named our YouTube show "Everything Is Everything." Just the idea being that everything is everything. That you can use frames from one field to look at another field. Everything is connected. You can't just focus on one narrow specialization. The dangers of also focusing on one narrow specialization is that you start thinking in ways, because each field has its fads and fashions, and there are incentives that drive you to, follow particular paths. Are you an outlier in your sort of focus on being multidisciplinary, or is there more multidisciplinary thinking happening in the think tank world, or is there a similar kind of danger? Because I meet very, very, very few people who are, who think of going beyond specialization in one thing.
I think there are a couple of aspects to this, right? So, I mean, as you know, there's been a lot of criticism of the IAS that they are too generalist, that they are too generalized about their thinking. It's so I think it really depends on what you're doing, because some jobs they do require, or you want to, even if you are a generalist, you want to read and engage with or bring in people who are specialists and be open to that and have a worldview outside. So, you know, I always say I'm a bit of a mutt, in the sense, mutt as in the dog, not the religious sites. I should
That would be
clarify.
very weird if you were a bit of a mutt
I
like
know,
that.
but which is, I did history for my undergrad in Delhi. I did a subsidiary in economics, but then I worked in kind of tech for a couple of years. I actually did a little bit of a lot, and then I did an IR degree, an international relations degree, which actually forced you to do at least two courses in history, two courses in political science, two courses in economics, and then a whole lot of other things. And then I did my PhD in public policy, which again forced me, even challenged me to do things like, I'm not a very quantitative person, but I had to do statistics and things like that. So some of it is you develop over time. I think we are our own backgrounds. Everybody's joking about a quote that Kamala Harris's mother said, something like about, you just didn't fall out of a coconut tree. You are kind of the context in which you grew up in. And I think it's the lived experience. And for me, when I was a research analyst at Brookings many years ago, I did a kind of a report on, I was supposed to do a paper on energy security of various consuming countries. How are energy needs of major consuming countries like India going to shape their foreign and security policies? And at that time, oil prices were very high. They were kind of over $100 a barrel. And so it was really about, the supply not outstripping demand. It's a very different context. But I said, I can't write this paper without understanding the energy markets or, India's energy picture. So before I got to the foreign policy part, I did a deep dive went and talked to people, understood the government view. I went and talked to business folks. I went to talk to energy experts, people who covered the energy beat, because you have to be able to, I just thought this is going to make my analysis better. Otherwise, it'd be superficial. So some of it is your own experience. Some of it, I think, you do make choices. I probably couldn't get a job in mainstream academia because I am a little bit of a mutt. I've done a little bit of a lot. There, the incentive structure is to specialize. Maybe in some schools, colleges where they're looking for that. But I think there's still an emphasis in training on thinking through, specializing. So for me, the question isn't if you specialize. I think you have to specialize in something. So for example, even when I did my dissertation, I specialize in Indian foreign policy. But if I only know, you have to stress to yourself, I'm interested in the world. So if I only know Indian foreign policy, then I see everything through that decision. And so, that's why sometimes I find analysis where people will say, only think about a country, so that even India-US relations, people will talk about whether an individual in the US is pro-India or anti-India. But that's not what is driving. It's about structural factors like, what is their worldview? What are their other priorities? Where does India fit in and stuff? If you don't have an openness to understanding, say, US foreign policy, even policy making structures in the US, or what's going on in the Middle East or Europe, etc., you will think that India is the only country that people in those seats in Washington, that's the only country they're thinking about. So for me, it's not. I don't think there's a perfect specialist or generalist. If you're a generalist, you should be able to find the places or find those who have the knowledge of the specialist areas. If you are a specialist, you should be able to think about it in a broader context. For me, the bit of a mud part also is that I find the value judgments that people make about one or the other, it's fine, we have our own experiences, but having an open mind more broadly to saying, okay, maybe this is right for me, it might not be right for the other person, and it should be fit for purpose. It depends on, if for a particular job it makes sense to have a specialist there, that's fine. But you ideally want a specialist who can put those things in a broader context that will make them better at their job.
So I'm struck by how, all of the sort of the examples you gave are all about avoiding simplistic narratives. And when I think about simplistic narratives, I think there is a drive towards simplistic narratives that can really come from three places. And one is personal, that if you adopt a simplistic narrative, that can become your one hammer for every nail. And you can think to yourself that I have figured everything out. And that takes away some of the confusion and ambiguity you might have about the world. Another can be from media itself. Like, we spoke about how news television is just talking heads and etc. etc. The sort of experts, quote unquote experts, who are valued today by the world are people who have a definite opinion and are willing to fight for it. And that necessarily makes you simplistic. Harry Truman once said, give me a one-handed economist, because all his economists kept saying on the one hand this, on the other hand that. And the point is, the nature of the world is on the one hand this, on the other hand that. And the third kind of drive could be from within an organization, where if you're working in a particular organization, whether it's a university or a think tank or whatever, you might feel that you are paid to arrive at conclusions, and therefore arriving at a conclusion is a good thing. Do it quickly and back it up as forcefully as you can. So what is it that then makes someone like I'm guessing obviously an organization like this is not like that you are encouraged to write the books and go deep, and the nuance is sort of encouraged, and you're selecting out the simplistic thinkers. So that's great. But within you, when you think about yourself, like, how did you fight the temptation to just adopt one frame and stick to that? And also, is it a natural part of you as a person? Like, is it something that also comes from people's personalities, that they just like to dig deep in different things? There's no, like, a lot of the rushing to judgment that happens on social media is, I think, cognitive laziness. And it's so convenient, because every time you rush to judgment on someone or something, you're basically saying, I am more virtuous and I am more knowledgeable, and it is such a terrible thing, and it's so tempting. Right. So tell me about your sort of journey with that, because I have definitely fallen prey to that. I have also, I realize, in the past
I
in
think all of
Twitter,
us have it.
all of us have. I mean, it's a human tendency. And so what's your thinking on this?
So I think for me, I am one of those people who, I can go down all sorts of research rabbit holes. The example I'll give you is, I'll watch, and I'm just a researcher at heart. I think I'm curious at heart. I was probably that kid who asked why all the time when I was a kid. And, in those days we used to have Encyclopedia Britannicas of various, they were very expensive. So mostly the libraries had them, and you'd go and read all sorts of random entries, right? And so that's, that is the way I think I just am curious about the world. I also don't think one discipline has a monopoly over explaining the world. Some of it is you read books, and if they're well written, and to me, this is again the point, specialists should be able to write for a general audience, because it actually will bring more people to your own discipline of frame if you can convey things better. So, for me, anything, I want to know more. So the example I'll give is, I'll see some reference to something on climbers in Everest. I think there was something about a few years ago, there was actually when the Nepal earthquake hit, about the number of people who were affected. That got me saying, how come there's so many people climbing Everest? Then I go and consume everything there is to know about, I'll go watch documentaries, I'll listen to mountain climbers, I'll read Outside Magazine, which is, by the way, a great magazine, even if you're not interested in outdoors or adventure sports. They do some great long reads. I'll figure out, why is Nepal suddenly giving so many permits? What is going on between Nepalese mountain climbing companies and Western ones and the dynamics there? Why this has something to do with Nepalese kind of budgets, etc. So I just go on this deep dive thing where suddenly I've watched a gazillion documentaries, read books, learned, and from various people who are like in the finance ministry in Nepal, people who are, climbers who own expedition companies. To me, I just want to know, and I want to know more, and I'm really curious about how all this is connected. There's that meme on Twitter, that GIF or GIF, however you like to pronounce it, where there's that guy, standing. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I like to know how those dots connect. Somebody standing with, people, or that beautiful mind thing where somebody's looking around, and how all these things connected. That's me. I want to know how one thing affects the other, how, perceptions in different parts affect outcomes. I am a person who actually likes to think about process. I like to think about, how budgets matter, how politics matters. And so to me, it's basically about trying to see, how can I understand various dimensions of the world? And I've just found in life that I don't think one prism explains it all. You get a view, but if you are just trying to say, okay, this is about the safety of mountain climbing, how do you understand why Nepal, which doesn't want people to die on Everest, why is it then continuing to give hundreds of more passes a year than it used to? And you cannot understand that without thinking about their incentives on the budgetary side. So I just don't think, though, you can understand the world with just one prism. I think, like now there are fancy eye tests, but it's like you go to in the olden days when you went to an ophthalmologist and they were trying to test out your number of if you needed glasses, they would, you'd go and they'd have that kind of lens structure that they'd put on your face, and then they'd keep experimenting with different lenses and putting one in front of the other. To me, that's how I see the world, which is you might have a primary lens, and then it's about seeing, okay, how does this filter look? How does that put that in? And then how does the world look? I just think it's a richer look at the world if you can look across. And like I said, I like connecting the dots. To me, it's like a puzzle.
That lensing is an incredible metaphor. I'm going to use it now. I'm going to steal it from you. And, I often say
I don't
that
know if people these days will understand it though, because I think they have fancier tests now.
we are old enough to understand. Yeah, now you just go and you sit and they put some laser in your eye and they get it. But theek hai, we used to do it the old-fashioned way, which was a good way. But, I often say that, we sort of draw pictures of the world by connecting dots. The more dots you have, the more HD your picture will be. But my tendency often is exactly what you just, kind of described about the Everest thing, that I'll go into some random rabbit hole and then I'll become like, within a few days, I'll be like a world expert in that random rabbit hole. And I'll be like, why did I waste all this time? I could have been doing something else that makes sense. But there's just so much joy in that. So but let's kind of go down the random rabbit hole of you and talk about your childhood. So tell me, where were you born? When were you born? What was your childhood like?
I was born in the late 70s in Delhi. Like many people in Delhi, Punjabi family. There was a partition family that mostly from like the Lahore area and then moved to India after partitions on both sides. And so, pretty typical 1980s Delhi childhood is very different. I mean, it is, you're saying simple. In hindsight, seems so much simpler, but that also meant fewer choices. That's why, I sometimes miss the simplicity, but I also always have to remind myself we didn't have a lot of choices then. So, when you think about how people's views and ideology or, their preferences for economies and what kind of develop, it's partly I know what a socialist or a mixed economy with a socialist bent look like. And I know it meant little choice beyond a point. I also meant, and you start to understand that was not just a government choice. It was a choice made by Indian businesses as well. But it came with a historical understanding of, okay, India is a country. When I was growing up, it was less than 40 years. I was born about 30 years after independence. So there was a memory that's still very strong that, yes, foreign companies had actually had been, the thin edge of the spear in terms of even colonialism. So you understand all these things, but that was you don't think about these things when you're growing up in the 80s. To me, it was also, we went to school in Delhi. But there was so much happening in the 80s. It's often, and I'm looking forward to reading Srinath Raghavan's new book, because there's actually very little work done on the 80s and even the 90s for that matter. But it was such a transitional period, and there was so much happening in the world. So in the 80s alone, you have two Indian prime ministers in the start of coalition politics. If you're growing up, you suddenly see two Indian prime ministers getting assassinated. There was, problems in Punjab, in Kashmir, things happening in down south. So in Indian domestic politics, the neighborhood, there was a lot going on. General Zia's aircraft being blown up and things like that. But you also saw the beginnings of India thinking differently about the world, not thinking differently necessarily, but being willing to question some conventional wisdom, whether it was Mrs. Gandhi when she was prime minister, exploring engagement with China, to then you see a major crisis in 86, 87 with the border crisis. And then you see, Rajiv Gandhi reach out to China. Now, the reason I'm bringing this stuff into my growing up is this was to watch Doordarshan for news. So this is the stuff that was reported, and you start thinking, okay, what has changed? And I was interested. You also saw, I grew up in Delhi. You saw riots in Delhi. And, to me, I think that's my first kind of political memory. Was one, vaguely I remember the Asian Games, which was held in Delhi, and then I remember 84. And then for me, actually, while you're seeing all this happen, so much change, Mandal Commission, and, you're going to school, things are going on because, again, one, it's in the newspapers, and we have in our house to this day, there are lots of newspapers subscribed to, and everybody sits down and reads them together in the morning. And so, you're reading about all this. And again, great journalists who were doing this work, but you're also seeing your life affected by it. I went to a Loreto in Delhi, and that's in the cantonment area, where there were people from families whose, in those days it was fathers, just fathers, who were serving on the front, or, they were involved, they had to be involved. So you suddenly become exposed to people who come from very different, types of backgrounds. And you start thinking about a broader world that starts affecting you. Your schools would be closed for Mandal protests, for example. So there was a lot happening. And then globally, right? You see everything that people had known for decades in terms of the global Cold War, which had affected India. Suddenly, you see Eastern Europe. And this is when, towards the end of the 80s, early 90s, India starts thinking about, you start getting outside news and outside platforms, CNN, BBC. Suddenly you're hearing about, in the late 80s, you start to see authoritarian leaders around the world, suddenly their publics pushing back against. You see Tiananmen Square, the protests there, and, the Chinese pushback. You start to see the Soviet Union eventually collapse. See India needing to liberalize. You see the wars in the Gulf. So, every time we think today, oh my God, so much is happening in the world. I think even then it was such a massive, especially that like late 80s to through the 90s. But the 80s and 90s, especially for India, is such a transitional period. And so that's the India I grew up with. Obviously, no internet then. You still had to try to book STD and ISD calls. For those younger people listening, those were domestic and foreign calls. And domestic meaning, if you from Delhi needed to call Calcutta, where some of my family was, you had to kind of book those calls or have that service. And that also was a thing everything was an effort to get done. So for me, I just grew up in an extremely, transitional India. And then, you apply for university like everybody does. I probably wouldn't have gotten to college in Delhi today because the kind of marks that are required, did not get. I ended up doing at Lady Shri Ram College history. And in some ways, I'm glad I didn't get the marks to get into economics, because I don't know if it's still true, but it was true then that if you got sufficient marks, you essentially did bachelor's in commerce, BCom, or you did economics.
Part dependence to the mark.
Yeah, totally. It wasn't like what you wanted to do. I didn't have those marks. In hindsight, I'm very glad I didn't. And then I did history at LSR, and it's such a wonderful institution and shows what good leadership. And it was Dr. Meenakshi Gopinath then who was principal. It's such a wonderful institution because it actually didn't teach you just to test, to go to the exam. You had professors who I was that annoying kid who would always ask questions, but they would answer. I mean, they sometimes weren't used to people asking questions, but they would answer. We had a great library, and there was very good professors, and they also had a culture of not just, you did history and you studied that, but also of things like social service, of extracurricular activities. It was a very vibrant atmosphere to be in. And, I still remember thinking that's where, my I had a kind of vague interest in history, where I really started to think about myself as wanting to do more on the historical methodology front. I also just thought historians told better stories. Now, you also realize some of the constraints. We often say today, but while a place like LSR didn't just teach to the test, we used to have tutorials. They were very clear that the dominant view at that time was not just dominant; it was almost kind of imperial in its kind of capture of academia. Was you had to write the Marxist interpretation of history if you went and when you did your city exams or Delhi University exams, and if you didn't, you wouldn't get the marks that you needed for getting through or whatever. And so to me, when people say unprecedented, no, the system was set up that you have preferences in terms of, it wasn't about knowledge and analysis. It was a certain prism that was being prioritized. And I was not comfortable with that because we did learn the other views and it was actually more complicated. So there was just a different kind of intellectual hegemony happening then. And that's the part I didn't like about the system. There was also still too much. I did the CBSE system in school. That might work for some people. It didn't work very well for me. I was more an ICSE brain. And so you learn these things about yourself, which is, I did better in certain kinds of systems and with certain kinds of training. So, did my undergrad and then was kind of lost actually, a little bit. People, when you look back, we don't often talk about our failures. So people always think, you go for these career talks and people will always ask you, how did you get there? And I think there's not enough talking, especially in an Indian context where we tend to be quite risk averse and we don't talk about failure. And for me, I was quite lost after doing my undergraduate. I didn't want to do what everybody who did at that time is, you either went and got your master's, or if you were a girl, you actually went and got married. And I actually was lucky enough to have parents who didn't pressure me to do really anything. They were like, do whatever you want, but do it well. And that actually, though, can make you, when you're 21 years old, it's just like, what do you do with life? So yeah, I did a little bit of a lot. I first thought I wanted to do travel and tourism management. Today, I would have actually turned that into a business. In those days, because I just thought, as a history student, you realized there's so much history in India. Why don't we have more tourists? And second, when you went to a monument or something, there were people who were either not explaining it properly or were giving a version of history that wasn't quite accurate. So it's just like, why can't we this should be combining, history, people who've done and know the history to, thinking about tourism as a business in India and increasing it. Today, I'd have, created an app or done something of that sort and, raised some money. In those days,
It's not too late.
Maybe someday. And so part of it was, thinking about how do you actually do these things. So I think those days, a stepping stone was, go work closest somebody, go work in a travel agency. And so I actually worked in International Travel House, which was in what was then Maurya Sheraton. And so if nothing else, I learned, and my thing is I've done a little bit of a lot. And you always learn something. So if nothing else, I now know how travel agent systems work and bookings work. So I always take away certain things. I learned how to wear a sari every day to work. I learned how a hotel functioned, including the business size, because the travel agency was in the hotel. So you always take away from these experiences, but I realized that was not for me. That wasn't quite what I was looking for. And, I dilly-dallied for a while, and then I had taught myself, computers had, were a thing, but, we still had dial-up internet, but I had taught myself how to code HTML. And some friends had started family friends had started a startup in Bangalore. And so because I was kind of bhatkoing, roaming around a little, kind of lost, I said, okay, this is a skill I have. I didn't want to go straight to another degree. I wanted to work. I had applied for graduate school and in fact got in to a UK university but I wasn't quite ready. So I said, I wanted to work a bit. But you're not really very skilled. And so in those days it was not. Today, I think there are more opportunities. In those days, there wasn't really. So this is the late 90s. And so I went off to Bangalore, and where I worked was one of the old, in those days, city portals were a big thing, one-stop shops. And they were very good. They trained me. I mean, I was helping design things, but they also made me better as a coder. And that's where I learned kind of graphic design and things like that. So I worked there for a bit, went back to Delhi, worked another company for a bit, again, designing, and I learned animation, funnily enough, then. So, this is the long version, Amit, but since this is the podcast is a long version of explanations, I just ended up then in the course of while working, I said, okay, since my father told me, okay, since you have time, since you're going to be working, why don't you also apply to the US for graduate school? And because I deferred that UK program. And I said, okay, I have time, gave the SATs, the SATs, no, it was the GREs at that time, and ended up coming to US. So I always, when people talk about linear paths that they've had, I'm envious in some ways, but also, had I chosen to go to the UK for that degree, I think my life would have been very different. I'm not saying it would have been bad or good. It's just would have been very different. So sometimes forks in the road and decisions you make. And for me, yeah, I ended up coming to the US for my master's at Yale, and I felt like I found what I was meant to do because that was the kind of program that was multidisciplinary, learned a lot from other students around the world and from here. But yeah, that's the long version of me growing up.
Not nearly long enough. No, no. Non-linear paths for the win, because even I have been much more non-linear than you, and I think it's a good thing. I think there's a danger that if you get too linear, you get stuck in a groove. Your vision isn't broad enough. I want to sort of go back in time a little bit again and tell me about. You've beautifully described India and the world, how it was changing in the 80s. I also want to know about how you were being shaped and what was it like in your home. Like, for example, you mentioned your dad was in the private sector, your mom was a doctor. What were the conversations you heard around you at home? Like, I'm very struck by the fact that in the 1980s, your dad made an effort to get time in Newsweek, because I remember back in those days, it was really rare. It cost a lot. It was really rare. And for someone who's actually going out and getting them, it is not for signaling purpose or to have around. You really want to know. That is the only reason you're really getting it. And I think for a child, it is such a great privilege to be around the world of knowledge, be around books, and be around those kind of conversations. So give me a sense of that kind of mahal at home when you're growing up. What kind of conversations did your parents have? Were you part of them? Did you have arguments? What were the books around you that shaped you?
Lots of arguments on the dining table, but it teaches you how to debate, and it teaches you how to debate with people who you don't, agree with necessarily. And you learn different worldviews. So dining table also included my maternal grandfather, who had been in the civil service. Occasionally, my uncle, who was in the foreign service. You had conversations with other parts of family who were either, in different parts of the country. So whether you heard about what was happening in Calcutta or, Bombay or then still Bombay, you had a lot of different viewpoints. I think in general, my father and mother both liked reading. My mother was just very busy. I think the other thing that was very apparent, so my mother is a doctor. She's a hematologist and pathologist, but she chose to work. She didn't have a clinic on her. Those days, if you wanted to teach, you had to work at a government hospital. And so she worked at a hospital, and she taught as well. And so, particularly looking back, the fact that she did that brought us up as kids, me and my sister, and also, did everything else that is required of women in India, was then and now, was, I have a deep admiration for, and I think now I appreciate it a little bit more. That also meant, and I'll come back to the debates and stuff, but I think, when people talk about role models, and people will sometimes criticize me for saying why is something a manual. And I say it because I know the difference it made for me to see my mother, and that I could do it too, that women did actually go to the workplace. And of course, that's not, you also realize how little work at home, how much if it was required. But I also had deep admiration, and again, looking back, for women's employment at home, so to speak, right? We don't think about that as work. We don't think about those as jobs, but they are. I mean, they're more than full-time jobs. I also grew up with, whatever you think about her policy, the fact that India had a female prime minister when many parts of the world didn't, that these things were even possible. So to me, people will sometimes say, why do you talk about representation? One, I actually think it brings diversity of views. But second, I think it's important for that next generation to be able to see that things are possible. So that was one of the shaping aspects, which is to see a woman who went out of the house to work and, as my father would often joke, was more qualified than he was in terms of credentials. And so that was the other thing. I grew up with a father who was perhaps very different from a lot of men in that generation. When my mother got a USAID fellowship to come to Kansas City for a few months to do some medical research, he's the one who encouraged her to go. She had very young kids at that time. He encouraged her to go. And same thing when she got she got a Commonwealth fellowship to go to England for a year, to Oxford and to London, to different hospitals. Her then talking about her experiences about those two places also helped shape my views about those two countries, about the US and UK. And, she had a better experience in the US in terms of, what people talk as the typical American experience, which is you come here, you work hard, you're treated as you get places. Whereas the UK, I think she dealt with, this was 80s, so it was not exactly the least racist country in the world. And there was the class system that still continues, I think, to matter. So her views do, when people come back and shape your views. And so I always joke that one of the reasons I was an 80s kid who didn't grow up anti-American is that my mother had a good experience here, not for very long, but nonetheless, and that my father was in the private sector. So that starts to shape your view. It's not, people will sometimes say, oh, you don't like Russia. I'm like, no, it's got nothing to do with that. I'd like to believe that I've actually written some good pieces about why India continues the relationship with Russia. But I don't have like this nostalgia or love for Russia that some do, because I think all countries act on interests and not about emotion or affection. But also, I didn't grow up anti-American. So I think that was or anti-Western for that matter. I didn't grow up thinking about corporates. It wasn't that. I also didn't grow up anti-government because, that everything government does is wrong, because I did have people around the table who also had worked in government. So some of the bringing up thing is there's so many different people in your lives, and there wasn't one extended family business. There were people in business as well, that you start to see there are faults and advantages with everything. And so sometimes it can be a bit like, everything is everything, as you said. But I do think that very kind of diverse views, diverse backgrounds, those things can shape your views about how to see the world. And you come to realize that, the private sector isn't perfect, government isn't perfect, professionals, that there are good and bad to each of these areas. And the idea is, how do you spot them? What I knew I didn't like which is why I do have a view, at least in my personal view, I still think governments deal with governments defined everywhere, but a deep love for debate and choice. And because I'm a generation that knew when we had limited choice, and I'm assuming my parents' generation had even more limited choice, I still have this preference for government, for example, not to necessarily be in business, because I've seen what that was like. So those kind of things do shape your views. I think, public servants, government officials have a lot of value to add. So when people say, we'll be dismissive of babus, I don't like that either. I don't think India can't run without them. It's not about good or bad. It's about how do you become more effective. So I think, as you're saying, what is the shaping views? it is really having that diversity of people with diverse backgrounds around the table. Books, I think, we read a lot. We read a lot of fiction. We read a lot of non-fiction. I used to like biographies and histories because they told stories. We didn't have internet, so there wasn't, you'd play outside and you'd read. Those were the things you did. And then you read, of course, this is where I do think textbooks matter. It is your kind of entry point to a lot of these. But yeah, you just read a lot. And my father in particular had a nice book collection. We had access to a library, which was good and privileged, something you recognize. And so so just read a lot because frankly, there wasn't really very much else to do.
Yeah, and I'm struck by how, we realize so many of these things, as you said, in hindsight, that you look back and you see it. And at the time, of course, you're just going through life, you don't really realize it. And then you look back and you begin to sort of, realize the influence of these many things that you kind of took for granted. Just a quick digression before we continue on this narrative. I did ICSE. You said you were more of an ICSE, you had more of an ICSE brain than a CBSE brain. What does that mean?
So I think for one, my brain didn't really do well with the rote system, learning by rote system. Second, CBSE was, and I understand why they did it, but it was more about you had very succinct, specific answers. It wasn't about putting it in a broader context. So the way I would think about it is CBSE was about sentences, ICSE was about paragraphs.
Oh, wow.
Right? This is, again, we talk about simplistic narrative and this is a simplistic answer, and maybe I'm generalizing. But it's not, I'm not saying one system over the other is bad or good. It's just my brain was more kind of, and we didn't get to do it because I think the system was switching while I was in school, and Delhi had by then pretty much, actually not entirely, but they were still in the process of transitioning. Our school had CBSE. And the other thing for me was my sister was older and I used to read all her textbooks before when she used to get them. So I would often also get bored easily. It wasn't till college and then my MA where I finally felt like, intellectually I was being satisfied in terms of, I recognize this about myself. I can, my attention I get distracted and you have to recognize these things about yourself. But this is why Twitter in some ways is terrible for me because I do go down those research rabbit holes. I need, but it's also what makes me a good researcher, I'd like to believe, is I do want to know more about a thing. You just have to learn how to then step back at some point and say, okay, I know enough. Or for now, I know enough. And you have to put it out there. But yeah, I think that was kind of how I saw the CBSE, ICSE thing. It just, CBSE was much more, and maybe that works better for other people. It just didn't work very well for me.
Yeah, I remember ICSES kind of wrote also, but that sentences versus paragraphs distinction is great. I am also going to borrow this frame from you, and I'm going to tell people you're a CBSE kind of person, Twitter pe ja. But so talking about that period before you came to the US, I'm also interested in like what was your conception of yourself? Like I can see you as someone who's got a lot of initiative. You want to do things, so you're doing the travel thing, and then you're doing the graphic design, and you're learning coding, and you're getting into new stuff. But if someone were to ask you, "Ki bete बड़े होके क्या बनोगे?" So in that sense, what was your conception of yourself, that what do you want to do in life? What kind of life do you want to live? Were you just not thinking of that stuff and just, going where the currents took you? Or
in hindsight, it seems like it all worked out. But I have to say, to some extent, sometimes you can feel quite untethered when there's too many choices. And now I will say I've been incredibly fortunate in my parents in the sense that they weren't the kind of people who said, mom's a doctor, you must become a doctor. Occasionally I would say, I wish you told me to do, medicine that way. I would have known exactly what to do. And I think, had I become a doctor, I'd probably have become really taken to it. I feel like whatever I would have done, it would have been something I would have embraced. But, I don't know that I thought that much about myself. You don't really think about there was just things going on. You kind of continued. So I don't think I sat and thought about myself in the way that maybe, I don't know if that was good or bad. We just didn't really have time or, sometimes you thought you read about something and you said, oh, I agree with that. So you learned something about your own beliefs or shaped it. But So for me, I don't think I really had. I wasn't thinking that much about myself or what kind of person I was. I did know, like I said, that my attention would go down many different streams. I had to learn how to focus. I was interested in a lot of things, and so the concern partly was that when you're interested in everything, you end up in being interested or good at nothing. So those were the kind of things. But like I said, I was incredibly fortunate. My parents said, go do what you want. The world's, to some extent your oyster. It was still, I mean, there weren't as many choices available then as they are today. My father was very clear. He said, because he had seen, he says, said to both my sister and I, you have to become financially independent. And so, and he was very keen that we go to graduate school. So, in fact, when my sister and I both worked after undergraduate, he was very worried we'd never go back to graduate school. And we both did. But he was very keen, as somebody who didn't go to graduate school himself, that he wanted us to have that opportunity. What did I want to become when I grew up? It's funny. I think I wanted to open, well, as I said, I either wanted to create this travel and tourism management, this thing, or I think the other thing that I would always say I wanted to do is I wanted to open a bar, a pub. I used to call it a pub. I mean, those days that's what it was called. And I think a few years ago, my mother asked me, what happened to that plan of yours? Again, maybe today I would have, raised money and you do these things now. But in those days, it was, I think Ghungru existed at Maurya Sheraton as kind of a disco, and there weren't really too many, I think gins when it opened, and I can't remember, there was one other place that had opened in Delhi later on. But yeah, I think I used to say, a friend and I from school, we used to say we wanted to open a bar. The other thing I knew about myself is I love traveling. My parents had, like you said, it was a choice for my father to subscribe to these magazines, but that meant, not spending money on other things. We didn't do a lot of shopping. We didn't go out to eat, all that much. But it was the other thing, my parents made a choice that when my father had an opportunity for both of them to go traveling abroad, we did too. And again, there were decisions made that meant other choices weren't made, but he wanted us to see the world. We used to go see family domestically lots. You travel around, you see new places. And then with college friends, school. I mean, in school, they take you to these trips up to hill stations in Delhi, and we did that. Or to Corbett Park. And to this day, I've been to Corbett many times and never seen one tiger. So I hope other people have better luck. But yeah, I just discovered I loved seeing new places.
What do you think it was about a pub that made you want to start a pub? Like, I know people who want to, have this vague fantasy of starting a restaurant because they're into food or a particular kind of food and etc. etc. But what was it about a pub that made you start that in particular?
I like talking to people. I'm social. Now I see I think people are always surprised when I tell them this, but I was actually a fairly shy person. I wasn't the kind of person, and I didn't take the initiative. My father would always say, go talk to somebody or go ask. I'd even say, no, if you're going to a shop and you had to ask somebody, I said, you go and ask. So I wasn't that kind of person, but I really enjoy listening to people, chatting with people. And to me in those days, it was like an adda of sorts, but a kind of a different kind of adda. So I thought about it as a place where you could have really good conversations and you could get different people together, like a dining room. I mean, I'm quite a foodie, but I think we had some family friends who had restaurants, and it seemed like a lot more work. That was before I knew about things like how hard it was to get liquor licenses and how expensive. So, some of this was pie in the sky too, but yeah, I somehow restaurant, because I didn't cook at that time. And so that wasn't, but I used to bartend for family functions and things. I used to be kind of the home bartender. And I used to like making cocktails and things like that. So there was different aspects. One, I like people, and I think I thought of, now it's become a big thing. I used to think about cocktail making as an art. So, and being able to be a good bartender was a thing. So I think that's why.
Wow. I'm also struck by what you said about you had to teach yourself how to focus. And that's something I've struggled with all my life.
No, I still do. It's a constant thing. It's a constant thing. It's not going away.
Yeah, it's a lifelong struggle and a lifelong learning. So, since you put it like that, I'm guessing that you actually thought about it overtly and made an effort. What were the kind of efforts you made? How did you manage to do that?
I think it was easier then. I think it's the internet world has made it harder today because there's so many distractions, so many of those rabbit holes that you can go down. So it was stuff like develop little techniques. I mean, some deadlines help. But the other thing was, for me, I'd even do things. There used to be this little app that you put on your laptop called Internet Shutdown or Mac Shutdown or whatever it was called. And I would literally force myself I'd put that on and say, I want 2 hours of no internet. And, when you try to switch it off, it asks you 3 times, are you sure you want to do this? And funnily enough, that stuff worked. I'd even do things like put my phone away in a different room. So, you develop techniques. And then one of the things you learn, especially in graduate school here in the US, sometimes you have to read multiple books a week, is you just realize that, look, you have to focus. You learn how to read a big book, and you just have to get things done. Otherwise, if you don't focus. So for me, it was, you just have to force yourself beyond a point. And shut off distractions to the extent that you can. And like I said, I think it was somewhat easier then. I also think in terms of, trying many different things in life, one, I had the luxury of doing that. I kind of knew I wasn't going to be out on the street. So it is kind of a privileged existence on that front. But I do think once you find what you really want to do, and I was lucky enough to do that, that brings its own focus, right? You're doing it not because anybody's forcing you to, but because you're genuinely interested in it. So I think that helped as well, which is actually finding something that I liked doing and in an ideal world got paid to do. That helps.
Tell me about coming to the US and studying here. Like, I'm intrigued that, you did history in college and then over here, IR at Yale. And, so how did that work out? How did you choose this? Like, was it one of a bunch of equally acceptable fields and you just happened to kind of get into this and went with that flow? Or were you specifically interested in this field itself? How did that work out? And, what expectations did you bring here with you? And then what were your experiences here?
I think I kind of always known I wanted to do foreign policy, IR sort of things. I'd contemplated, my mother was keen that I gave the UPSC exam. But my thing at that time was if I did it, I only wanted to do the foreign service. And in those days, you needed to be like top, 5, 7 ranks. And I didn't think I was going to be that good at doing it. So I didn't want to go through the whole process and then not get the foreign service. So I kind of ruled that out. In fact, they increased the age. I remember at one point, my mother said, there's still time. But it was just, honestly, I admire people who get through the system because I clearly didn't have the discipline or the drive to do it. So I was interested in kind of foreign policy, international relations. I knew that and I don't think they've changed the syllabus that much in history undergrad because I noticed they still make people choose whether to do American or Russian history, like everybody's still living in the Cold War. But you did a fair bit of international history. You did a lot of Indian history in BA, but you also did European history. Again, they would make you choose between American and Russian. And you did Chinese, Japanese history. So I kind of knew between, growing up, listening to conversations, but also actual coursework, this was something I wanted to do and explore more. So I kind of knew that. Did contemplate doing some other things, including law in the middle. I remember I gave the National Law School entrance exam, clearly didn't succeed. Otherwise, maybe I'd have become a lawyer. But so I did think about a few different things, but applying abroad, I'd pretty much, whether it was in the UK or the US, I had applied for IR. I think my experience, different things. One, I mean, it did take time to adjust. I had lived outside home, but I had never lived in the US. I hadn't been at that point to the US for 20 years. I think I came to the US when I was 6 or 7. That was once. And it was New Haven, which is kind of a small town. It wasn't a big city. It's the first time I was on a campus. One thing I'd gotten to a couple of places. I was keen because LSR is right in the middle of town, and so it's a nice campus, but it's not like, it wasn't like even going to North Campus where, there was a campus culture. So I was keen to go somewhere where there was an actual campus. But that also came with its, challenges in the sense, I mean, it was small stuff like adjusting. I couldn't sleep because it was too quiet. It was stuff like that. But, this is the kind of stuff which you think about in hindsight. I actually found the classes quite easy because there's so much pressure in India. So, and so much pressure on grading and marks. And it's not something at Yale that their idea was you've got in. They used to have what they call a high pass honors system. That's it. And it didn't really end up mattering. You weren't getting, it wasn't like a grade point average or something. So part of it is I had to push myself because I hadn't done certain kinds of, IR theory and even some kind of, macro and microeconomics. I'd done some of it as a subsidiary, but not, so I had to push myself a little. But in terms of actual coursework, for me, it really was. I felt it was easier than a system in India where there's a lot of pressure, and particularly on marks. And other thing was, I was just, flabbergasted by just, for me, it was like being in Disneyland. You can take all these courses and outside a set, this thing, I could do whatever. It was like, going to a restaurant and after having a prefix menu, suddenly you can get a la carte and choose your own options. And there was so much on the menu. And so to me, I was thrilled. And I felt that I used to think I was an odd duck there was too much of a nerd, really. And then I discovered that we used to call ourselves super dogs. We're not just like dogs, we're super dogs. There were people like me there in the world who also had this interest in all sorts of almost everybody in that program had worked. We had it was a small class, 25 people, 2 years, so 50 people in the program, half international, half American, and people came from all different backgrounds. Some had worked in the private sector, some had been in the Peace Corps, some had, worked in governments, some had worked in, think tanks. So I just, it was in that sense for me a really formative experience. I felt like I found my people in some senses, and I found my calling because I was really interested in that work. So, there were some adjustment issues, but but in terms of the intellectual side, I actually found it easier. And even like the learning by rote, there wasn't that system. So in terms of writing papers, things, I just really enjoyed it.
I think when we are young, especially, we suffer greatly from the anxiety of fitting in. And no doubt the heterogeneous nature of the classroom helped that half the people were international. But nevertheless, then and perhaps throughout your career, it would have sort of marked you out that one, you're not a white person, and two, you're a woman. So how do you deal with that? Did you find it easy or hard to fit in? Did you sort of develop stratagems or ways of thinking about, how to tackle that? What was that experience like?
That's interesting. I think, for one, I'm trying to think about especially that experience. I think there are two aspects of it. I mean, one is sometimes when you're going through it, you don't notice some of these things. You just think, okay, it is what it is. I knew there were certain career paths at that point that were not open to me. I couldn't have come and, worked in government. You were on a visa. Sometimes that was a more restrictive thing. So you're not thinking about it. Later on, when you think about it, you might think about moments. But I will say at that point, maybe because one, I actually saw other international students, particularly from countries where there wasn't so much use of English, struggle a lot more. And again, this is part of privilege, right? I was lucky enough to grow up in a household where English and Hindi, and in actually more Punjabi and English. But like I spoke English and Hindi, it wasn't a big stretch for me. So from the I don't remember kind of the non-white or white aspect mattering that much. I don't think, it was a very international bunch. People had lived in many parts of the world I'd never been to. And so that wasn't actually, at least at Yale, don't remember that being as much of an issue. Or for that matter, I think we were, even on the gender side, it was divided. You start to notice these things later. You start to, particularly, I think, the gender aspect, but also age. We don't, and especially in India, sometimes I think, it's not the gender thing comes later. It was, to me, what I struggled with, and particularly if you decide to work on India, is, youth is, or not even youth, by then, you're in your 20s and 30s. And in the US, that's actually, there are people who run policy here who are in their 20s and 30s. But I remember kind of being frustrated as if you had a view sometime in Delhi. It was like, no, you haven't had the experience, you don't have the gray hair, and so your view actually get in line, kind of. So for me, I think the biggest you start noticing these things later where certain, as I said, as an international student, you just became conscious that certain pathways were not open to you. When I came to Washington to work, having said that, I realized how accessible a town this was in the sense that it didn't matter that I was not American. What I realized about this town was people are very practical. You have some knowledge. It is of, it is of interest. Therefore, it mattered. But it's true. Right? There were certain jobs I couldn't have gone up for. So that mattered. I saw, think tank world when I first started. I started as a research assistant in 2003. One of the things you realize is you rarely see women at the scholar level, at the senior fellow level. There were a lot of research assistants like me who were women. And my big question used to be, is what happens between that time when 70% of the research, or 50 to 70% are women, and then at the scholar level, it was totally flip in those days. You'd have a room, you'd be lucky if you'd go to a room where you'd have that many women who were at those tables. And I mean, remember, this country still has not had a female president. So there was part of that, but it was also just you'd see this, and there was very much kind of an old boys club or even a younger boys club in those days. So you do start noticing these things. But some of it is, I also didn't let it, in those days, for example, in think tank world, you don't, or even when I came back, a lot of the people around were men. So I also were very lucky to have good male mentors. So you also start thinking beyond the box in terms of these issues that, that you cannot have male colleagues who can be good allies or mentors who help you. I have mostly actually worked with men, but I've had incredible female role models, even in think tank world, that kind of inspire, you talk to them about the issues you have, how do you break through. But to me, honestly, I think I also in my mind, I guess I didn't put boundaries on my own where I said, just because there are only men in the room, I'm not going to stop myself from going in. So you have to push yourself, but you go in, and then you have to remind yourself, speak up, because otherwise, you'd be around a table and I'd notice all the guys would speak up and the women wouldn't. And as somebody whose natural instinct wasn't to speak up, I realized that if I didn't speak up, I wouldn't get heard. So for me, part of it was not blaming the guys. It was saying, if I don't speak up. But I also realized that, because I saw other women doing this for me, which is you can be a woman who can be either kind of person. You either said, I had it tough, and so I'm just going to let women go through this thing on their own. Or you say, somebody made the path easier for me, and I'm going to make sure that for the next generation. And for me, it's not just women, it's also for younger people, because I do think that age thing, breaking through, I'd like to do what I can. It's not always perfect. You don't always get it right. And younger people have sometimes told me, we wish you'd done that. I take that as a good critique that, how do you become better at these things? So when I'm thinking about it, you're making me think about this, because I didn't really, I don't think I think I was lucky enough, and this is sometimes a question of chance, so that I didn't have it necessarily as constrained as some people have to deal with these systems. But sometimes you don't notice it while you're going through it, and maybe I didn't even think about thinking certain options were close to me for being a woman. I do think as an international student, there were certain options that were closed.
I'd done this episode I really enjoyed with Kavita Rao, who wrote this great book on lady doctors of the 19th century. And one of the things I realized while reading her book is that if you were a male doctor in India in the 19th century, it means, okay, you were born to privilege, you got lucky, good things happened, you worked hard, you got there. If you were a female doctor, you were extraordinary just by dint of being a doctor. You were absolutely extraordinary because barriers and obstacles you had to overcome to get there, there's a selection effect in that. So I would say that every female doctor of that time was likely to be like way ahead of the standard male doctor. And I wonder that if when the world is changing in such a way that gradually that imbalance is correcting itself out over time, that early generation of women who actually make it, are they just by dint of that selection effect more outstanding? Because like you said, you had to remind yourself to enter that room, you had to remind yourself to speak up. So taking that initiative, there is a force of will there. No doubt you also, I would imagine, motivate yourself to learn more than the average person around you, because you might feel you have to prove yourself. So is that the case, without driving you to self praise, but is it generally the case that it is just so much harder for women, that if you look at a woman at the top and a man at the top, that woman must be really something?
So, I mean, and I'm not just being bashful about this. I do think it's my generation, probably at least here in the US, had it easier. I do think, in Delhi, and people, scholars like Raji Rajagopalan, who was at ORF, etc. They were amongst the first female scholars at think tanks, and you didn't see too many. They've probably, I mean, I'm not putting, Raji's not saying this, I'm saying this. I think I would say somebody like her is more path breaking. For me, I would say the generation before me, including when I came to Brookings, there were scholars, not too many, but there were female scholars who, those were the pathbreakers. So I'm not just being bashful about it. I genuinely think it wasn't me. I do think what you're saying though about having, because you do, I know very few women who don't have imposter syndrome. It's true that men also can have it, where you are constantly saying, I don't know enough. And so you push yourself. You also have, I mean, I actually have come to think of it as a bad habit you had to train yourself out of a little bit, where you think unless you have perfect knowledge, you're not going to speak on a subject. And that perfect knowledge can take a long time, right? And you'll never speak up. So some of it is you have to fight against, imposter syndrome on a daily basis. You have to, when you're not seeing too many other women speak up, you have to push yourself. And so those things, yes, I mean, they affect me to this day. You learn things though, and some of it is you benefit from watching, including watching your male counterparts and seeing what do they do. And, sometimes there are men in the room who will talk about subjects I wish they weren't talking about because they don't know. But you also learned about how male experts, for example, in our field, who don't know everything about a subject, but they know enough and they speak up, and that's how they get heard. So you learn things from those ideas. I think now, at least in DC, we're seeing men who are much more conscious of calling, on women. We have think tanks who get called out when they have manuals. That's changed culture, but I think it's more in terms of you now. I can say that imposter syndrome sometimes paralyzes you, but it also does make you better in some ways because you do work harder to be prepared. People would say this about Hillary Clinton, that she would really prepare with her briefs. That didn't surprise any woman because you felt that you had to be better prepared than everybody else. Because in some ways you were almost, if you weren't prepared, people would say, see, they've included a female expert and she doesn't really know very much. So, there's that kind of pressure. So it makes you better because you have imposter syndrome. It's like, why am I here? I don't belong. So I need to work extra hard. But to me, in certain jobs, yes, I think you do, especially generationally, they're just different kind of pressures. I think, anybody who gets to certain jobs, it's quite impressive. But I think, yes, particularly foundational generations, I don't think I'm foundational in that sense. I do think the women above me who like put those cracks in the glass ceiling, so to speak, I wouldn't have. I don't think I did that to the extent they did. So I'm not just being bashful. I think there were people who were much more pathbreaking than I was, at least in this field.
Let's go back to university. Tell me about how different was it in terms of how you learnt? Like in India in college, the school is of course Ratta Maro, and college is also, better than that, but still, a different kettle of fish. But what was it like in the US in terms of learning how to learn the environment, being able to, look at different perspectives and not just a Marxist school, as it were? And you also mentioned that, you had to learn how to read. You had to often go to 2, 3 books a week and etc. etc. So tell me about how your mind and how these habits of learning and reading are getting shaped in that period.
I think, some of it was you learn things like methodology, which nobody really teaches you, which is, how do you write a research paper? So at Yale, at least even in the I mean, it was a master's in international relations, but you did PhD classes with PhD students. And so, it was about, there was a syllabus, and you read what was in the syllabus, and you realized it could be quite eclectic. It was, books, it was journal articles, but you were also then expected to do your own research. So it wasn't just on the syllabus, right? You had a question and you went and kind of then looked for additional information. At that time, I also did a lot of Cold War history classes. I learned how to deal with primary documents. And that time, the Soviet and Chinese papers to some extent had started coming out, official papers. I had never seen even a primary US document. And you suddenly start to see, wow, I can actually get access to how people were thinking about the world. And I have to say, for me, learning about working with documents, archival work, etc., has been shaped my thinking, including about having a lot more humility about what I thought about government. I was amongst those people who thought, oh, how could they have, especially India's founding fathers and mothers, like, how could they have made such stupid choices? And then you kind of, when you start looking at papers, you get a lot more humility. But it was eye-opening for me. You also learn about different perspectives, where you sit or where you stand is where you sit. Because you're reading different kinds of books. So the system that going beyond the syllabus, also, you're lucky enough to have access to libraries. I still think, if we have a lot of philanthropists in India doing a lot of things and there are a lot of demands, but setting up just good libraries or giving people access like the way to online resources that are libraries would be huge, because it opens up a whole world to people. And for me, having access to a library where you could go track down different things, there was great electronic resources. So I used to go back and read old, Times of India articles, because they had at Yale, they had an access to the whole, however many tens of decades worth of Times of India articles. And so you just had more access to resources. You were paying for it quite a bit too, but you had those access. And then looking beyond the syllabus, really understanding different points of view, learning that there were different schools of thoughts, and how to kind of synthesize, analyze information, learn how to question sources and your own biases. You also learn, because political science and history have a very different view of going into a research idea. So you learn about that. So, political scientists often start with a hypothesis. And then historians start with a question. Now, this is again very simplistic, but nonetheless, I experienced different disciplines for the first time, I guess. I learned about IR theory. So some of it was substance, some of it was methodology. You start to think, and then you had access to a lot of talks. People would, come and give academic talks, but you had policymakers, you had sometimes people who, were just in different, athletes used to come and give, talks. It was kind of, now that happens at universities. But earlier, unless you had access to like India International Center, in those days Habitat Center didn't exist. So unless you had access to those things, those talks didn't exist. You also couldn't, there was no YouTube to. So that was the other aspect, which is listening to experts from around the world. And then Yale had a lot of big name professors. And so, there was that. And a lot of it was seminars versus big lectures. So I also realized I really liked that kind of more graduate school seminar atmosphere, the back and forth. You also recognize that, you were actually, professors were open to you having discussions. It wasn't just they were teaching you, they expected you. So there was much more what they call here the Socratic method. People would ask you questions, you'd answer. It wasn't just, I'm delivering a lecture. That does happen, but it was much more interactive. So that was the other thing, I think, about university that was quite striking to me. And the other thing, finally, which is not to do with in the classroom, two other things. One, you learned a lot from the people around you. And this might be more true of people who went to boarding schools or in colleges in India. I didn't. I went to school and did my BA in Delhi, and I was kind of a day scholar. And so, but when you are essentially in kind of a small town like New Haven and you are surrounded, you learn a lot from conversations with each other. And so that was different. And second, the thing is, one thing I developed a appreciation for is thinking about life beyond the classroom. So things like, going to the gym, going to do some extracurricular things. It made you a fuller person. There was so much emphasis on school, padhai in India, and there's so much pressure on kids, right? That yes, people do classes and now you're doing other things, but that it was important to even think about going to a gym, that was something people do regularly. It was just not something I had experienced. So it was a total aside, non-intellectual, but it actually does help you switch your brain off for a bit and do something else and refresh you.
What were the big influences on you, both in terms of people and books and just ideas like, and if you have any concrete examples, for example, of what you mentioned earlier about you'd have to question your own biases, or you'd realize that one way of looking at something was too narrow and too flawed, and it opened your eyes up.
So one was, it was actually a class that I think all of us used to in our program used to grumble about the time, and it was called IR 700. It was the core course that everybody had to do. And it was essentially a class where you had to work with teams. So you started with, it was a practical class where you had to write memos on policy subjects. But you started off doing individual. They'd give you a policy problem, you'd write a memo. So you learned, there was a technical skill of actually writing for policy and writing a policy memo, that it was different from academia. It was also where you learned that you have to think about budgets and politics. And because you had to, one of the things that was very influential was this idea, which I learned later, that Alexander George, the political scientist, put this well, which is your policy suggestions don't have to just be desirable, they have to be feasible as well. So some of that with that memo writing is you had to figure out, and it was really good. It taught you how to think about policy design, which is think about stakeholders, think about, different perspectives, how you had to factor in budgets, politics. The guy who's sitting in a finance ministry is going to have a different view from the guy sitting in, say, security, one of the security ministries, foreign or defense policy. So that course, you started out writing like individual memos, but then they made you work first with one other person, then with larger and larger groups. And so you suddenly start to realize, and remember, this is a group, as I said, people from around the world, people with very different views, different politics, different experiences, and different, areas of expertise. You suddenly learn teamwork and then writing a collective memo that then you had to present. And so you briefed as well. So at the time, it was just a lot of work and, working with other people and teams, and we had to come up with the consensus. One of the final end of year project was before the, now people remember the Copenhagen summits and the Paris. It used to be the Kyoto Agreement on climate change that was made, and they used to make us split us into countries, and we had to renegotiate Kyoto. And you realize how hard it is. So, it's very easy to sit and say, how could these people not do these things? And when you're doing it, when you're representing, you put yourself in, and they used to make sure you were on country teams that weren't your actual country. And then you start having to see, okay, I now have to think about how this process works. So that was to me, quite influential, both in terms of thinking about the way of working, but also, research products in terms of it's very different to write for policy audience. The other thing that was very good is they allowed you to take classes in different schools. So I did a couple of classes in the business school. And one was this professor, Paul Bracken, who used to do this class called Business, Government and Globalization. Mind you, this is the early 2000s where people didn't really think. Now people just, you have political risk analysis, consultants, others. In those days, it was actually quite new that he was saying, look, geopolitics and local politics. And he was teaching this in the business school. Yale, it was called the School of Management. And so there were a couple of us. It was a Chinese friend of mine and I were the two people who were non-MBA students who take that class. And the end year project there was to try to different teams that were going to purchase. There's a company for sale, Telecom Italia, which was the Italian telecom. And most of the others were in, somebody was representing Goldman Sachs, somebody was representing. Chinese friend of mine and I were the team that represented the Italian government. And we essentially did this project where whoever came to say, we've got this great purchase idea, we'll present, this, we'll make the pitch, we'll help you sell this for this much. And we kept we are saying, okay, we imbued ourselves in terms of the Italian government, and the Italian government was in this process because it has a 3% golden share. So it had to agree or could veto any deal about the purchase of Telecom Italia, the telecom company. It was like MTNL or BSNL. I don't know if your younger audience knows what MTNL was, but it was the kind of monopoly government provider of telecom services. And what we did is we just looked at the thing and said, the Italian government's never going to approve the sale. So we just said no. So, the part of this thing was the people used to pitch each other. You had to go, and so people would come and we just keep saying no because you're not giving enough. And these business students were all thoroughly frustrated because their end goal is deal karo. Of course you're going to do a deal. And we were like, look, from a government point of view, this doesn't make sense because it's a navratna, it's a sacred cow to sort of thing. And these business kids, at the end of the day, this thing finishes, this interactive, it was like the business equivalent of a war game. And they thought that the professor would really, give us a bad grade or whatever it was because we had blocked the whole deal. And he was just like, no, that's exactly what the Italian government would have done. But it was a learning experience because we learned a lot about, I learned about how consultancies and the kind of pitches they make. And I was never going to go into that world, but it was very interesting. So to me, also that ability, again, going back to that, how we first started, was just thinking outside your own comfort zone. I think amongst professors, the person who was probably most influential was the historian John Lewis Gaddis, because I had never really done Cold War history or diplomatic history before then. And I did a couple of seminars with him. And it just opened my world to, as I said, learning how to deal with archives. He's a great storyteller as well, in terms of also engaging with students. Writing, he used to have a writing checklist. So writing well, thinking about, working with documents, questioning, understanding your kind of where you're coming from, that it does shape the world. Also, things like you learn, and this I also, when I later did my PhD, I did a lot of history classes at the University of Texas in Austin as well. And you learn this, which is when I first take a book, I open it and I look at when was it written. I always look at that copyright page where the date is. When was it written? Because it tells you something about the milieu in which this book was written. And second, I learn about the author before, especially nonfiction books. I learn about the author a little bit because then I go into a book with a little bit of context. And so these are the things that and that I learned. And what I appreciated about John Gaddis was, and he was a very well-known historian and still is, but he was there were other parts of the history department at Yale that were not so friendly to having non-disciplinary people come in. Though I have to say the history department at Yale was much friendlier about that than the political science department. But he was very open to having us international relations students come and sit in his class and do take his class. And it's something I also learned about when being more inclusive. And then there were other younger professors there also in the kind of associated. He had something called International Security Studies, which now has become more well known because they came up with the Grand Strategy program that other universities have. But even in terms of some of the younger postdoctoral fellows who were there, who, we wanted to do another Cold War class and there wasn't enough, they just created a course for us.
Wow.
And those are the kind of things where you really, they could have easily said no. But now you've ended up, shaping our views on things. So this idea of trying to be more inclusive rather than saying, this is my club and I am not going to let you in it because you don't have the right you're not in the right programs. You don't have the right credential, which is, you want to try to bring people into conversations. That's how you create also knowledge about.
Is there a kind of ossification that can happen? Like these guys could easily have said, no, there aren't enough people who want to do Cold War. or you could, get ossified in terms of these are the things we study, these are the things we believe, these are the directions that you're going to go in. Like more and more in universities, especially in the humanities, I feel that a lot of that has happened where there are prevailing fashions of the day and there are dominant trends. And then if you want to get tenure and if you want to get funding, you've got to, get with the program, as it were. So what was it like at the time? Was there a sense of that happening for you as well? And during this period when you are thinking about what are you going to do next, I'm sure academia is an option, but then so is a policy world and etc. So
So, I mean, some of it was at Yale. I was still, just come for my master's. I wasn't really thinking. I did know I wanted to work. I didn't want to go straight to a PhD. And then I got this job at Brookings for 3 years to be a research assistant. And it was also interesting there because it was two different. And we can talk about more of that. But I didn't. In fact, I wasn't even hired to do anything to do with India or South Asia at the time. I kind of stumbled into that in addition to the job I had. But part of it was you did start to notice at Yale, I think much more because it's much more transparent than, in Delhi University. Yeah, you knew there was stuff happening with the Delhi University Teachers Association or with the Students' Union or whatever, but you didn't really focus on it that much. I think at Yale, you start to discover things like bureaucratic politics within academic departments and between them and different views of the world and how universities are also businesses. I did know this about the political science department, and that did shape my view of political science, which was becoming much more quantitative. And that wasn't really my preference. One thing I started noticing, which was not something I particularly liked, is that the method, just you were saying form drives, methods were driving questions rather than the reverse. That you want to ask a question saying, what's the best methodology to answer this? It was,
the
I
other
need to
way
use
around.
these methods. And so to me, that was the part that I started becoming aware of. But this was not a time that I was still kind of thinking about. It gave me enough awareness that when I did think about when I was working at Brookings as an RA and I was thinking about my PhD, I will admit it turned me a little bit off going to political science, both because particularly because I felt that it seemed to be getting into a very quantitative heavy direction. Now, having said that, I have learned a lot more. I learned a lot more since that you can find programs that have a little bit more diversity. But at the end of the day, I think it did shape my view of, and this is where you have good professors in history. This is why for me, John Gaddis had a lot of impact. You have good people good teachers can matter, and they end up, shaping your preferences. And in this case, it was a perfect example. The history department was welcoming, or the historians were welcoming, and they were more inclusive. And it did shape my preferences in terms of what to do. Now, on academic incentives, we can talk about this more, but there's a reason I'm at a think tank and not in academia. Is because as I said, for one, I don't have, I'm not kind of a single discipline person. I think there is an incentive, especially till you get tenure. And second, I'm not sure I'd ever get tenure with the kind of things I'm interested in and the papers I'm interested in doing. And, I'm not one of those people who says, I do think there are problems with tenure, including in terms of, workplace cultures. But I still think from academic freedom perspective, I think it has had benefits. And so I'm not one of those people who says, throw it out, entirely. But I do think, the incentive structure that was required, I'm not saying it's good or bad, it's just, it wasn't for me because I was not going to do that kind of work. It just didn't interest me beyond a point. So I did know going in that this desire to have particular fads in particular areas, in history, the equivalent at the time was that there were a lot of cultural historians at that time, and diplomatic history was considered, oh, you're doing old white man's history. And I used to always say, I'm doing old white man and one brown woman, because Indira Gandhi was so dominant in terms of diplomatic history. So, there was almost kind of a desire to say that states didn't matter very much, or, we were thinking about postmodernity and all that. And I actually think when waves come, this is the good thing about academia. I think it does progress. New kind of interpretations come. To me, that is a good thing about academia. A younger generation comes in different. But I'd like it to be more additive. That yes, the subaltern matters, but that doesn't mean the state doesn't matter. So it doesn't mean, the people who say only what governments are saying matters, that's also wrong. So it's good that we're getting different vantage points, but there's this tendency to say, my way or the highway is, the same academia that complains about hegemony ends up indulging in it. By saying this is the one interpretation, this is what we'll hire on, and there's this tendency for like to hire like, and I actually don't think that's a good thing. But you also do see that I, for example, if somebody came along, read my book, if a younger scholar came and said, actually, you got this wrong, that's fair enough. That's how academia moves. I also saw this aspect where there were people who were gatekeepers who, instead of saying, okay, new information has come to light, we had more documentary evidence, maybe there's something different. If you had a different view, I saw in some parts of academia, and that's not on academia, that is on people, particular scholars who really go out of their way to criticize or demean that younger scholars' work, because they'd say, it's not my view, and they're critiquing me, in fact. So to me, it's in some ways it's flattery when younger scholars take on your work, because at least they're engaging with it, and you should encourage them to do it. I don't believe in people getting personal and ad hominem with criticism, but absolutely there should be that is the kind of going back and forth is how knowledge moves and analysis moves forward.
So let's take a quick break and continue with the journey on the other side of the break.
Sounds good.
Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs Rs 10,000 plus GST, or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just a willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm still chatting with the very patient Tanvi Madan, but I guess patience is a part of your job in the public policy world because things change so slowly. You're talking about academia before the break, and, there's that old quote about how academic politics is so vicious because the stakes are so low. And so during the 3 years that you came to Brookings after your MA, was that where you got attracted to public policy because the stakes are higher? You can actually make a difference. Like, what was that? What was the process in your thinking like where you decided that, yeah, this is for me?
I think part of it is Brookings was one of the few think tanks I knew about. So there was that kind of name recognition. So I kind of knew what think tanks did, but I didn't quite know because, now, for example, you see a lot more think tanks in India. CPR, Center for Policy Research, existed. NCAR, ICREER, the economic policy think tanks existed, but they were pretty inaccessible. And, it's not like you regularly saw op-eds by think tank people necessarily in papers and things like that. And so I kind of vaguely knew what a think tank was. I liked the idea that it was a policy research institute. It was more accessible as an international student at the time. And I knew of people there, so scholars. And Steve Cohen, who had written a lot in South Asia, was at Brookings. I actually didn't come to work for him. I'd come to work for Jim Steinberg, who had been Deputy National Security Advisor under the Clinton administration, and then was the Director of Foreign Policy at the time. And he had been looking for somebody who kind of knew IR, national security, but also had some experience or knowledge of tech policy. So that was another. So I got my job thanks to those, that random aside that I had done in terms of working for tech. And that's why I always say, you never quite know what experiences come in handy when. And then when I had joined, Steve Cohen had said, he was looking for an RA. So it was supposed to be a temporary thing that I also worked for him. And then I ended up he was working on a book on Pakistan at the time. And I ended up working for him for 3 years as well. So part of it was I kind of got to know what a think tank was. It was, in those days, a very uniquely almost American thing. I think even today, kind of the interaction between think tanks and government, it's very different in the US than it is anywhere else. And so for me, this idea, I'd already kind of, thanks to that IR program, like I said, that class was very influential that, you could speak to policy from outside. It wasn't just, policy was too important to be left to just,
Policy
officials.
people.
Yes. And that there were ways of actually thinking. People were interested in ideas. And some of this was because people in government didn't have time. It wasn't that they, didn't know things. It was just they had to do a lot of the day-to-day thinking. So think tanks could actually do like Brookings could do research long term. This is one of the places that contributed significantly to the idea of the Marshall Plan. But it started out as an economic policy think tank. And so, and a lot of the think tanks in the US were set up by business leaders who realized that it was important for government to have access to more research and analysis. And therefore, they invested in it. It was less about convening, more about this kind of research and analysis that was policy relevant. So the way I think about then and now, what I learned is you could do academically rigorous policy relevant work. For me, those 3 years as a research assistant was really, it was an apprenticeship. It taught me how to take the book knowledge or the university knowledge I had and kind of adapt them to policy questions of the day or of the future. And then, you learn skills also like grant writing, like convening, like putting together an event. And one of the things you learn is, in those days, we were a smaller place, is you learn how to do a lot of things because, to me, if you're asking somebody to do some work, ideally you've done it in the past because you understand what it's like. And so it was a very good experience. It was wonderful being in a culture where there were very smart people, but also very good people who were interested in mentoring. And you just learned a lot about also how, I'd grown up in Delhi, so it wasn't like I was unfamiliar with how a capital city functioned. But it was also fantastic to be able to see how Washington functioned and all the impressions I had about Washington, including, you learn things that, somehow you, like I was saying earlier, that, you think if you're looking at, say, U.S. India relations, that you start to realize, well, India is barely actually, even today, everybody always thinks somebody in the US is sitting and plotting about something to do with India. And it's like, no, I can't tell you how hard it is to actually get India any attention. It was definitely true in the early to mid 2000s. But even the case today is you learn things like, you have to think about what else is going on in the world. You learn about different stakeholders and how you have to build constituencies or understand different constituencies. You have to understand Capitol Hill, so you have to understand also politics, engagements with the legislature and executive. And, you learn about kind of diplomatic missions here and their incentive structures. You come across, that's the other thing, when you do convening, you come across media, you see your supervisors at the time doing media, engaging media. Sometimes spending an hour on the phone with the journalist, not to get their quote in the thing, but to help. They want to help understand. You want to help explain particular issue areas. So it was a really kind of eye-opening experience for me, and I was lucky enough to have two very different bosses, also in terms of subject areas. Another reason, like, I don't think in one slot is because Jim Steinberg was working on everything from broad US foreign policy to transatlantic relations to the Middle East to Asia policy. And Steve was kind of the specialist on South Asia, but I got to do both. And so you recognize actually there are connections there that you start to see that, okay, this is South Asia policy, but it's connected to all those other things. So it was definitely an impactful time for me in DC.
So I'm going to ask you some really basic questions because, as I mentioned before the show, I've realized that, sometimes we commit the curse of knowledge and we'll talk in jargon and language that is completely basic and obvious to us, but may not be to others. And this is something even I'd like to actually dig a little deeper into. So tell me, what is a think tank? What does a think tank do? Like, why does a think tank exist? What is the origin? How does this whole game work? And how has the notion of the think tank evolved over the years?
So I think, a kind of a one-stop shop version is think tanks are essentially policy research institutes. if you want to put it different, or research and analysis institutes. They are not generating knowledge or information for its own sake, but to be able to shape the public debate or shape policy itself. And so it is supposed to be on policy relevant questions. Now that might be today or it might be down the line. They do this through different aspects. You write, you convene, you engage with media, you do briefings, you meet with government officials, you meet with private sector, etc. I do think, I mean, there's some places that call themselves think tanks that really aren't, but also there is no one kind of think tank. It really depends on, and this diversity comes from different parts. Some it depends on, do they have a partisan view? Do they take an institutional view? So, a number of think tanks, Brookings, Carnegie, Council on Foreign Relations, they don't take an institutional perspective. They say that scholars can take whatever. So, you'll have people who have very different views. Now, the critique, of course, of think tanks is you might have different views, but you're still all kind of, DC or New York establishment. And therefore, the challenge is to get outside that and get different views. But idea is like that, some are don't take an institutional view. Other think tanks too. They have an institutional view, and you, as a scholar, as an analyst, as a former policymaker, you go and work there because that happens to be your ideological perspective, or if it's on a particular country, you have that particular view on that country. So one way it's different is, whether you're independent or non-partisan, or you take a institutional view. Second could be, the kind of research or the areas you focus on. So, for example, some only focus on foreign policy. Some think tanks will only focus on economic policy. Some will be very specific. It will be on defense budgeting, for example. Or you will have, like Brookings is, we've been a one-stop shop. Some, the other kind of, some institutes do essentially contract research. I don't know that those would necessarily be considered think tank in the traditional sense. But they do kind of, that somebody is going to, like a consultancy almost, that say that I want, now that could be business, that could be government, but essentially you are working on projects. So Rand Corporation is, now they have very good people who are scholars, who have PhDs, who have done this work, or even if not PhDs, they have experience in a particular government or others, and they do very good work, but it is on contract, like they've been given a contract by either government or business, and that policy question is shaped by their priorities. So you can either have that, or you have people who, I develop my own research agenda and nobody gets to sign off on my results. So it depends also from that. Other thing that matters is, there's diversity in where your funding comes from. Sometimes you have one person has funded the entire think tank. Others, they'll take they are so for example, some think tanks, there's an endowment, but only certain amount of operating budgets. Others don't have an endowment, money is raised every year. So there's a diversity of viewpoints. Others have a preference on, they do mostly convening versus events or roundtables, if the public events roundtables, or they do task forces. Others, have a very different model. Some kind of specified teamwork, others have individuals. So there's a diversity. So when people say think tanks, part of it is generating knowledge, analysis, etc. But it can be in very different forms. The idea essentially, this goes back in the US at least to this interwar period where, you'd had a world war, but you also had a depression, and people needed ideas. And even business realized that you needed ideas in terms of policy ideas. So sometimes it was that they didn't actually like what the government was doing. They said, actually, government needs to understand. Other times, there was a recognition that these policy problems were so big. So for example, if people talk about Carnegie is the Endowment of International Peace. So the idea was that you needed ideas and work done to ensure international peace. It's in the name. Brookings started off as an economic policy think tank. It really was about coming up with ideas because the problems were considered so big. And so you often had business leaders who were when they were thinking about their philanthropy, decided to set up these institutions. And over time, there have been different phases. You've had, they're kind of the older think tanks, and then you had newer think tanks that developed in Washington, including, for example, you had Heritage and American Enterprise Institute, were more think tanks of the right or center right. You then had Center for American Progress. It was considered kind of more progressive. So it was really about waves of think tanks that came. And then you had some, recent, because tech has become a big thing. So either the bigger, older think tanks have got people who now work on tech policy, or there were some think tanks that were set up that really just came focus on technology policy of different aspects. And so, it's a very, and then the other thing that's actually quite different in the US, I think much more so than elsewhere, is you get a lot, it can be a revolving door. So you get people, it's not that people, when they retire, they come to think tanks. It's that when they're out of, sometimes that happens, but often, or they don't retire necessarily, they take early retirement income. But often it's, you have people who, in an administration, say there'll be a Republican. So to give you an example, during the late 90s, early 2000s, the president of Brookings was a Republican, Michael Armacost, and the director of foreign policy was Richard Haas. When the Bush administration came to power, Richard Haas went into government. And people who were coming out, they took over. So like my former boss who'd served in the Clinton administration, they came out of office and came to a think tank. So it was a revolving door. This obviously happens less. I think I wouldn't be surprised if you start seeing that in India as like kind of lateral entry becomes more of a thing. But it's very different in parliamentary systems too, because you have a permanent bureaucracy. Here, there are a lot of political appointees. And so that's kind of been the other thing, which is the idea that it's almost policy and academia in conversation with each other. This is the space. And I think increasingly, since its origins, it's also that there are various stakeholders, including business, including, NGOs and others who have something to say, or are stakeholders in the sense that you can sit and have all these discussions, but if the implementers of the private sector, you don't have them in the room, it's not going to be an ideal scenario. So it's quite different. And to me, it's also been really interesting to see the development of think tanks in India and how much we're seeing that now in a way that we didn't 20 years ago.
So a couple of days ago, a friend of mine was standing with me outside DuPont Circle and giving me an introduction to two things simultaneously. And one was Washington, D.C., and the other was a fine art of stone throwing, where he said, if you throw a stone in that direction, you will hit a banker. If you throw it in that direction, you will hit a lobbyist. If you throw it in that direction, I think he meant this particular street, you will hit a think tanker, because you've got Carnegie right beside you, American Enterprises. So now I want to kind of zoom back up from think tanks alone and tell me a little bit about DC. Like, what is this ecosystem here where you have the state, you have interest groups, you have finance in the private sector, you have think tanks? What is happening in the belly of this particular beast? Like, what are the incentives that drive these different players, and how are they colliding, and what's going on? So give me a sense, at how this machine works.
It's not all that different from how any capital city works. The difference is that, it's the emphasis or the kind of the dominance of, so, you might see business a lot more here than you would in Delhi, or you might see lobbyists because it's, it's legalized for, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist in an Indian policy making structure. It's just much more subtle.
It's dirtier, yeah.
That is a relative concept. It's just that even in terms of, you don't see, now you're starting to see governments, businesses in India that have government affairs offices, for example. This has existed here for the longest time.
There's a great book by Jonathan Rauch called Government's End, which is exactly about this particular.
Yeah, and and I will say this, everybody has a certain, they're in the city for a certain reason, and to be fair, their critiques, for example, of think tanks as well, various, everything from, irrelevance to nature of independence. Great book by Dan Bresner called The Ideas Industry. And if you want to read a critique of, and this is an older critique, but nonetheless of experts, and kind of bias, but also there's a book called Blind Oracles that's made to read in graduate school, partly so that we have some self-awareness about, and part of the critique was, about how government uses think tanks and uses the ideas industry as much as you think you're influencing them. So I think the ecosystem is, like any place, who are the stakeholders that, you have a legislature that's quite strong. It's a presidential system. You have not just, the executive branch, but understanding the various departments and agencies. You have a strong National Security Council, but then you have, say, on the foreign policy side, you've also seen this change where the traditional departments that matter, the State Department, Defense Department, now joined by, because pretty much everything has a foreign policy angle. You have the Treasury Department that is closer to the Finance Ministry. You have Commerce Department, some mix of corporate affairs and commerce in India. You have USTR, the Trade Representative, which commerce in India does. So you have, the ecosystem is partly, you have the executive branch. Within that, you have the various agencies. You have Capitol Hill, which has both Senate and House, and they have a staffers system. So yes, they're the members of Congress and the senators, but there's both a subject area, sort of their committees, kind of like the parliamentary committees, but much stronger. You see on TV people holding hearings and things. Each of those committees has professional staff members from both Republican and Democratic sides. And then you have every senator, member of Congress has their staffers. And, people sometimes are quite, I see this particularly when people come from an outside DC context, they're very, can be quite dismissive of staffers. Ye to staff hai. But they're incredibly influential. They're the ones who do a lot of the drafting. They have a lot of experience. You can learn a lot also from listening to them. So, you have kind of the government side of it. You then also have businesses that either, there's lobbying, but they also have government affairs. There's consulting. People are now, because people are realizing in that business government globalization sense, that businesses also have to understand and engage with governments, but also understand the world. So you see political risk analysis firms that have come up. You see, there are consultancies who are often former government folks or who have some area expertise who are helping businesses navigate other parts of the world. So you have those kind of consultancies or navigate the city here. You have think tanks. Media is kind of another set of stakeholders. And again, not all that unfamiliar. But I think in some ways you see more of the kind of engagement with media, including kind of interaction in a way that you used to in India, I think a lot more. And then, you have both think tanks and academia as well. There are also a lot of lawyers in this town. They often don't practice law, but are in various paths. So you do see an ecosystem that has various stakeholders. It is a little bit of a one-horse town in the sense that, they used to joke that Washington is Hollywood for ugly people. I'd like to believe our fashion sense has improved as has cuisine in Washington, but nonetheless, it is, it's either government or things associated with government and policy. Now, the DC area has started, this is a total aside, but has, there is tech in the suburbs and you're starting to see a lot of medical research, etc. But nonetheless, it is, the power matters in this town, and it is about shaping policy and what people do with power. That like a lot of capital cities is kind of what this ecosystem is that revolves around. It's a much more accessible town, I would say, than Delhi is, in the sense that, it'd be easier to meet people in government and in business. And there's a lot more interaction, I think, amongst the various groups. But particularly, it's an incredibly accessible town where people are interested in learning. So knowledge actually and information does matter.
So let's go back to sort of your decision to get a PhD. Like you did the 3 years at Brookings. Was that, why did you feel you needed the PhD? Was it for the learning? Was it for the credential? Was it just, part of that process that you have to go through to be taken seriously in this world?
All of the above. And it, one of my advisors called it a hunting license. You have to get the hunting license. So it is about credentials, and it's also particularly about credentials because as a woman, I knew that and especially when you're younger, you don't get taken seriously. And particularly by that point, for various reasons, I decided that I wasn't going to work on India. And then one of my bosses told me, look, we need more India experts. We need more people to actually understand. India is going to become more and more important to the US to understand how India is thinking about these things. So I actually didn't want to be slotted as the Indian who does India stuff, but I ended up choosing to do that. But as as you're kind of thinking about what to do, yes, you need to know substance. You need to learn. It's also about learning how to write a book. It's not an easy task to do. And it's the one time that you get to deep dive and research and actually do that big project. But especially as a woman, I knew that working on Asia related things, yes, I would probably need a PhD because I'd be taken more seriously. There was also a little bit of a ceiling at that time, particularly if you were an international student, that you didn't have a situation where you could go into government and get the experience. Plus, some think tanks, even if you did have government experience, it had to be pretty high level, or you still needed a PhD. And so to me, it was, yes, credential, but it was also just, I always kind of knew that I wanted to do a PhD because I did want to develop a expertise while, so it was about developing some sort of expertise while being able to put it in a broader context. And a PhD gives you that. The part that people often talk about of the PhD is the substance. But to me, equally important was things like research design. How do you actually design a project like that? How do you, do such a large project where, frankly, you are responsible for the entire project? It's not like an edited volume or anything. You have to do it and you have to think about something original. You have to add something. So it was as much about the process. You learn how to deal with people because you're dealing with your peers. You have to deal with the university, but you have to deal with your committees. So it's a kind of a pretty good experience. I'm not one of those people who thinks you have to have a PhD to be a good scholar or analyst. I'm not, but I think it benefited me. And so for me, when I talk to younger people, if they are interested in research, I do think they should consider it because I think it helps you move from those shorter papers to kind of a larger project. But like I said, I don't, and it gives you that methodological training. Then yes, can you develop it outside? I'm sure some can, but it does give you a certain discipline in terms of being able to do that. So I'm not like I said, I'm not one of those people who thinks you have to have a PhD to be in this business, but it definitely benefited me.
Tell me about how you were growing during this period, because your dissertation was actually following a novel insight that China played a bigger role than understood in India-US affairs, much later became your book, Fateful Triangle. And, so what was it like to actually not, do research in something that's already kind of known about and you're just doing incremental progress? But this is fairly novel what you were doing. You were busting a conventional notion of the world. And equally, what were the processes of the research teaching you, like you've spoken elsewhere about, you were lucky enough to be in Texas where the Lyndon Johnson archives were open to you did a lot of primary research. What was that process like? How were you being shaped? Because I imagine what is happening here is a combination of the exhilaration of actually entering new territory where you are making progress in the knowledge of the world, and also along with that exhilaration, I guess what for me would be the sheer joy of just surrounding yourself with all this new knowledge in terms of the primary material you're looking at and being able to look at it through a prism that no one else had before. So what was it like and how did it aid in the shaping of you?
I mean, one of the things you learn is that ideas you go in with, even questions, aren't necessarily what you end up doing. So I remember when I applied for kind of PhD programs, I kind of knew I wanted to look into U.S. India relations a little bit more. But that was basically it. I didn't have any idea. I just thought, some of the last big books that were written, it was Dennis Cox's Estranged Democracies. It was Robert McMahon, the diplomatic historian, had written Cold War on the Periphery, which I think kind of ended in the 60s. And so there actually hadn't been that much recent work. And so part of it was, I knew there had been documents that had come out both on the US side and on the Indian archives. Actually, while I was thinking about this, was just starting to open there was more access. I don't know if they were probably already always open, but there wasn't as much access. And so I had gone in thinking there must be, let me look into US India relations. I actually didn't, like I said, I was trained as a historian, so I had a question. What shaped US India relations? And when you apply in public policy programs, which is what I went, you do have to kind of give a general, do a 2-pager about what you. And, I think I had broadly done, I want to see how personalities, I think I had like 4 or 5 Ps. Long before the Prime Minister, I loved these alliteration, 4 Ps and 5 Ps. So I think I had, looking at how personalities, politics, policy making, etc., shaped US India. So I had some vague thing like that I was going to do. And then I started kind of drilling down. I used to, as you mentioned, I was at the LBJ School of Public Policy, and right next to it is the LBJ Presidential Library and Museum. And to those who do come and visit the US, they should go to these presidential museums because they're a lot of fun. And it tells you a lot. I mean, they are definitely those presidential foundations' version of history, but nonetheless, they're good to visit. But each of these presidential museums has these kind of the library side, which is where the archives are. These are the presidential papers. So, there's separate places where the State Department papers are kept. Each of the presidential libraries has the White House papers. And frankly, they give you more of a sense of what the president's office was thinking, because it's not because you're seeing different aspects of it. And so I used to go as I said, I was a bit of a nerd. So I used to go, you could go to the archives and I'd sit and look at files. And I was looking at US India files just to see, okay, it'll give me a sense while I was developing you have to develop a 2-page, not 2-page. So first you do a 2-page concept note, then a broader dissertation proposal. And I didn't go in with an idea. I just said, I want to look at US India papers. And what our received wisdom had been that the only thing that mattered was that the reason, the lines were US and India had been estranged during the Cold War and they became engaged after. Second, that the reason for that had been is that during the 1947 coincided, Indian independence, but also coincided with really the hardening of Cold War lines. And so India's, and people use the word alliance really loosely, but India being allied with the Soviets and US and Pakistan being allied, this was destined for estrangement. And that's what the story of the relationship was. And also the third aspect of that was that basically the triangle that mattered was only US, India, Pakistan. Maximum you might get the Quad aspect, which is you bring the Soviet story in, but it was basically that, impression, even I had this growing up, that the US loved Pakistan and therefore was anti-India. That is the general story. And that these two, it was just the pushes and pulls, and the Pakistan prism shaped India relations, and the India relationship to some extent at different parts shaped the Pakistan relationship. So it was really about that South Asia, and even within South Asia, an India-Pakistan story. When I started sitting in the archives and looking at the files, I'm suddenly seeing all this mention of China. You see Lyndon Johnson himself, and by then his audio tapes had come on, he kept talking about not letting India lose to China or fall while China succeeded. And and even when he's frustrated with India about whether its stance in Vietnam or its economic performance, he'd say, but we have to hang in there because of China. And then, there were papers on the 65 war, and, what we did know then is that, the US had remained neutral and cut off arms supplies to both India and Pakistan. What we didn't know, which was a lot of discussion about that I saw in the papers, is that the Chinese had threatened to enter that war, in fact, came closer in 65 than 1971 to entering an India-Pakistan war, to intervening. And that the US had A, been worried about it, B, India and the US had discussed this, and 3, the US had took action to warn the Chinese off and intervening, and they had operational plans about what happened if China did intervene in terms of entering the war. Remember, this is 3 years after 62. So also when I discovered that there was something known as an air defense agreement between India and the US, which is pretty close. It's at least a one-sided unilateral commitment. And, all this while you'd keep hearing India didn't do these things, but India had signed this mutual consultation agreement if China threatened to attack India again. Because at some point in these papers, you discover in the middle of this India-Pakistan war, the US officials are asking Indian officials, are you invoking the air defense agreement? Do you want to start mutual consultations to start planning? And you discovered that the US actually had operational plans to intervene on behalf of India. So suddenly I'm just like, wait, there's a China angle to US, how the US saw India. So then I started looking into it, and there was some stuff online, but you start rereading even the secondary sources. You start reading contemporary analysis. The University of Texas at Austin, where the LBJ school is, was one of the PL 480 libraries. So I had a great collection of South Asia books, Indian newspapers, all this. And then you start to see is actually we were looking at the 40s, 50s, 60s from our prisms today. And so we thought the only thing that mattered was US, India, Pakistan. The other thing that you discover is a lot of the books that had been written hadn't had access because they hadn't opened up to White House papers. And if you were just looking at State Department papers, you only looked at the South Asia Bureau, and the South Asia Bureau is mostly going to write about South Asia. So my book didn't say that Pakistan didn't matter. It did. There's no doubt about it. Or that India's relationship with the Soviets didn't shape. Absolutely did. But I was saying there was this missing angle that I wanted to add. And so part of the process is to say, is there enough there? And so you have to have an open mind when you go in to say that it can change your mind about what you want to do. And that's part of the learning process. And I said, okay, now I want to look and see I didn't say China mattered more than any others. I said, when did it matter? How did it matter? How much did it matter? And in what ways? And so to me, it was that process of discovery of does this angle. So when you're doing this prospectus, if it was just the LBJ thing, then you say, okay, it's not worth maybe a nice research paper, but not. And so you start saying, okay, this matters, A, because it's a missing angle, but that's the academic part. What is the new angle you're adding? But then there's a policy part, which is you'd started to see in the mid-2000s. You saw it in the Bush administration, which was there at the time. It was the understated aspect of the U.S. India nuclear deal. Condoleezza Rice in 2000 in Foreign Affairs had written a piece that was going to shape how she had been an advisor to the Bush campaign then, the George W. Bush campaign. And she had written an influential foreign affairs piece that said, for too long, we have seen India through a US, India, Pakistan prism. We need to start seeing India in relation to China as well, because China is seeing it in relation to the US. And that was the view, that this China angle now mattered. So from a policy perspective, what I wanted to look at is, if there is the fact that China had helped shape US-India relations in the past, what do we know about how did it shape it? What was the extent to which it shaped? And what were the limits? And so there was both an academic angle to why I looked into this and a policy angle, which is, what does this tell us? Can we learn something from the past about today? And you could always say there's enough differences. Mind you, this is before today's thing where now it's all about China. In the 2000s, people actually asked me, this is another thing I learned, there were people who told me, why are you doing this? This is a dissertation on US, India, China, be irrelevant. So one of the things you learn is navigating people actually saying, this doesn't matter. So if you say that it's not just about trends and which way, because the other thing people were telling me, why don't you do a dissertation on India's nuclear program? And frankly, wasn't really interested in that. And with a dissertation, you really have to be interested in it, otherwise you won't finish it. And so this was the question that I wanted to do. I was lucky enough to have, and you have something to do with shaping your committee. But I also knew with this kind of dissertation, if I was going to do it, there was not a likelihood, because I was planning to do 30 years of this history from kind of 49 to 79, that it's not a typical academic PhD, and I would not probably get a job, because it was neither going to be a pure diplomatic history dissertation, you were not going to be a very political science. My views were shaped by both disciplines, but it was not going to be a pure enough PhD to get an academic job. So some of what you learn is you can't get everything you want, which means I was kind of, maybe not entirely closing the door, because you could teach at policy schools, I guess, but that I also knew going in that you're making choices as you're deciding what to do a dissertation on. It wasn't trendy, believe it or not. Now it seems like it was, but at that time it wasn't a trendy thing to do. So you kind of, and then there's the part about you just the substance and process. You learn. You don't just go into opening documents. Sometimes I worry a little, since I see this in the media, somebody will take one document out of context and it'll be like a big thing. Oh my God, this is you have to start with reading the secondary source work first. What have people already said? Not just because you're like, I'm going to critique it, because you can actually learn things. Somebody's already done the work before you. Look at what they have to say. And then you add to it. It's not about entire rejections of, sometimes, it's building on. You're also humble about the fact that you had access to archives that those people didn't. So we just know more. And down the line, when more papers become available, more knowledge will get built. And so some of it is about saying, okay, you start with the secondary source work. You see what the people have said. You go to different archives. In those days, what was just happening is people were saying, okay, earlier American or Western archives had opened. Then you say, okay, we're going to get more access to the Soviets and Chinese archives. India, both the personal papers at Teen Murti were available. Mind you, the Nehru papers were not. But then national archives where MEA files, some of them were available. You also, you learn about archival work, that you have to acknowledge that the papers we do have are selective because we don't have the entire collection. They haven't been made available. So you try to build a story with what you have while acknowledging that you don't have perfect knowledge. And that's another reason somebody can come along and say, look, I found a new document that totally contradicts your point. That's fair enough, because that's how knowledge builds over time. So some of it is just you learn by doing. I'd never been to an archive before, and I did a workshop. It was called the Summer Institute for Conducting Archival Research, to learn a little bit about the skills, how you make the most of your time, how you approach papers, and you learn about different archives. So for example, if you go to the National Archives and see MEA files, those are MEA's Ministry of External Affairs files. But when you went to Teen Murti, you saw P.N. Haksar file, and he happened to be, especially the bulk of the papers that we have from him, he happened to be the key aide to India's Prime Minister, Indira Gandhi at the time. And the file looks very different. In MEA, it's like different cables, different memos. The file that you see in P.N. Haksar's papers, which also makes you realize that this is how policymakers have to make policy. It's not like only foreign policy consideration. Because as you go through a P.N. Haksar file, you see what was in Indira Gandhi's desk, or something similar, which is there's something about economic policy, there is something about defense policy, there is something about some political thing that's happening, and that's what's going through. There's something happening with China, there's something happening with Lebanon. You learn, even as somebody, I wasn't somebody who served in government, either in the US or in India, but you learn about a little bit about how government functions, the different incentives that people have. One of the things I discovered, how in the 70s, Indira Gandhi was both in the late 60s and even before Nixon, she tried for a rapprochement with China, or at least stabilized ties in the 70s. And the people who were blocking her were partly, or suggesting against it, were the Soviet hands within the government. So there was actually a really interesting debate between the China hands and the Soviet hands. So Brajesh Mishra was one of the kind of so-called China hands. And he was arguing that, look, we can stabilize ties. It'll actually give us more space with both the Soviet Union and because we will get over-dependent after 71. And there was a lot of pushback from the Soviet hands. Or, for example, the treaty that India eventually signs with the Soviet Union in 1971, you discover things, that actually Indira Gandhi didn't want to sign it. They first wanted to sign, approached it in 69, and she resisted. It was the Soviet hands who are saying, no, we should sign this. And then you also learn about things in a very influential book I read in graduate school that a professor suggested was Louis Menon's Metaphysical Club, which isn't about metaphysics. It's about how you can have the greatest ideas in the world, but they actually get implemented when the environment exists for them to fit. So it's not just you have the idea, it's a policy environment, and you have to recognize moments where you say, I have the idea. And he looks at it through how the theory of evolution got on. and says that it's not like Darwin was the first person to talk about this. It's just that it came out at a time, and he pushed it out at a time when the atmosphere was ready for a idea like this. So you see this in like 1971. It's just a better moment for these same people who were making the argument for that treaty with Soviet Union. Now it becomes possible. So you learn while you're doing these kind of abstract ideas you'd read about. You start seeing it in these papers that you're seeing, the debates between people. You also start to understand things like there isn't like in one Indian view. There are debates. You learn how to read MEA documents. This is a skill that people will say. I remember the first Tri-Sena dialogue, maybe. There was one speech a day from government, different. There was foreign minister, minister of state, foreign secretary, and somebody wrote an entire article saying, it's very weird. These three officials gave speeches and didn't mention China at all. But if you look at their speeches and you know how MEA writes speeches and documents because you've seen it in the drafting, etc., you realize those speeches were almost entirely about China. They just didn't mention China. So every once in a while I say, I'll do like a YouTube video on how to read an MEA document, the stuff that is not being said. MEA has been subtweeting long before subtweeting was a thing. So you learn these things not just about what was being said, but you learn about how particular governments function, how they draft things, how the process exists, how a file moves. And so to me, archival work also has it helps you question your own ideas. I went in like a lot of people who grew up in India in the 80s, probably even after, Nehru was so naive about China. I still think he made some mistakes. I just think now, having access to the papers, the judgment calls that he made that were, I think, in error, were not the ones we thought it was. And you learn that also to have a little bit of humility, if not a lot of humility, that it's when you're looking at, India should have prevented China from taking over Tibet. Should have sent troops. But then you actually, when you're going through files and you see what an Indian policymaker, whether a Nehru or Patel, was dealing with at that time, consolidating the country, there's no budget, a military that had to figure out what was going on because Pakistan, remember, was trying to take over Kashmir. So in an ideal, and then there's the reality of the Himalayas that exist between India and China, you start to learn that, look, in hindsight, everything seems easier, but you can't do hindsight analysis. You have to see what the logic was at the time. You can disagree with it. It is not my job. I don't see it as my job to be kind of calling out people by today. I will point out that were there other options discussed? Might they have led? You have to be careful about counterfactuals, but those things are fine. But it is not for me as an analyst. I'm not passing value judgment. I can think it's wrong. So in the op-ed I write, I can say I think, so-and-so got this wrong, and for this reason. But you see, we learn different things about people we thought we knew when you start looking at the archives. So for me, it was fascinating because, in some ways, I loved my conventional wisdom being questioned because partly then you think, okay, then I have something to add to the literature, but also it was just fascinating to learn about how different people saw, and you learn a lot about human nature, including, people foibles, like, you start wondering about the Nehru relationship with Krishna Menon. Why did this man listen to this other man? Then you start reading more about it, and you think about worldviews, you think about how that person is looking. So, very long answer, but some of it is about, to me, whether a PhD process or when you're working on a new research project, if you're not driven to answer, if you're not actually curious about the question you're asking, if a project is that big, you won't sustain. But to me, the curiosity it goes back to, like I said, I was probably that kid who asked why. So I want to know why. I have a little notebook. When I'm in the archives, I'll say, okay, there's a reference to this. I need to go check up what's happening on this front. So, you start off with, okay, say that's 65. You say, oh, wait, they keep talking about an air defense agreement. I don't know what this is. I've never heard about this. So you make a note and you say air defense agreement. Then you go to that research rabbit hole saying, what was this? Did India sign it? So then you start seeing the drafts. Say, but did India ever sign it? So then you see that in document compilations. In the US, there's something called the Foreign Relations of the United States series that puts together, and it's an excellent resource, and now they are all online and searchable. And you see the kind of some documents, because they're a kind of curated aspect to try to give you a general sense of, say, how a Kennedy administration looked at South Asia or China or whatever. But then you go to the archives, and if you've done your research by then or homework, you've read the secondary source. You've seen the document compilations. You've maybe read newspapers, which I think also from contemporary newspapers add a lot. And then when you're in the archives, you can go follow up on those links. Or you can just go to an archive before, and it's good to go in with some knowledge because you know what you're looking for. But sometimes you actually learn things that aren't in any of those other things that you did. For younger scholars in India, if nothing else, even if they're not interested, they should go and read the selected works of Jawaharlal Nehru. They're all online. And part of it is, don't just go and look at the memos you're interested in. Read them cover to cover. Because again, it tells you what else was happening in the world. It's not just, this is that one memo I will pick and I'll just give you one final example of how, you can, because you learn about your own biases. You also learn, you have a question. And by the time I'm doing this work, you start to see, okay, there's a China angle. You don't want to start finding a China angle everywhere. You don't want to start cherry picking information, because then you can say, okay, this was mentioned. Like there are some periods where I actually say, China didn't matter anymore. And therefore the relationship actually didn't matter. You have to have the discipline to say that. But, in terms of taking things, you have to put documents in context. So the one that I always think about as an example is, India turned down this 1955 offer to be put on the Security Council because Nehru didn't want China to be moved off or something. You take that out of context and you said, yeah, it fits into this idea of Nehru as naive and, doing this thing. Then you start looking at the papers and you start considering, and this is a broader thing. One, you notice that this wasn't just a US offer just like that. The offer was contingent on two things. One, yes, China being removed. But second, on India essentially agreeing to become a quasi-US ally or ally. The same people who now say don't want to become a US ally, don't like India doing alliances. So people forget that contingent aspect, which when you go and actually look at the documents, you see this is not just an out of the blue. This would have come with those strings attached. The third thing that people don't look at is that the Soviet Union had never agreed to this. So when they think this was going to happen, the Soviets would have vetoed it. They were China's closest allies at that time. Why would they? India wasn't that close to the Soviets. And after all, that's when the Soviets choose ally China over friend India, even in 62 during the war. But why does anybody think that Khrushchev would have signed off on India taking China's seat? So it's all very well to say. Now, it's a reasonable argument to say that, okay, Nehru was, bought into this idea of interdependence. It's actually, he was doing this long before either the West or India was in the 2000s and 2000s at least, or 90s, that, if we bring China into the international system and interdependence, it will lead to a more huggier, softer, cuddlier China. I'm not saying that didn't happen, but to say that otherwise, this counterfactual that had Nehru not been naive, India would have had a seat at the Security Council. If once you start looking at the documents in context, you realize these are Mungeri Lal ke Haseen Sapne, essentially. That it wasn't actually plausible. That the critique that you're going to make could be that Nehru could have used that moment to go get something else. So, for example, 54 Panchsheel Agreement. Nehru could have, at that time, China needed, at least now we know China needed that agreement as much as wanted. Could Nehru have extracted more then? Could he have, argued got a border settlement then? Those are the questions that are worth asking, even from a policy perspective. But some of these things which are not plausible at all, even in hindsight, I find them, they're only when you go, you find one document and then, it's all over the newspapers. You'll have entire TV channel debates about it, but it doesn't actually reflect the reality of what was happening at the time.
Wow, so much food for thought. But first, I must say that you revealed yourself as an 80s kid by mentioning Mungeri Lal Ke
I
Haseen
know.
Sapne. For listeners who might be wondering what it is, it was a Doordarshan show starring Raghubir Yadav, which was based on The Secret Life of Walter Mitty by James Thurber. Classic short stories. And before I get tempted to talk about Thurber's battles with Harold Ross about the Oxford comma, I shall instead kind of go back to this conversation. And I want to double click on some aspects of what you spoke about. But before that, a digressive, larger question. Earlier, you spoke about the distinction between history and political science in the sense that one will begin with a question and the other will begin with a hypothesis. How important is that distinction to you? Because just thinking about it now as you speak, it strikes me that my personal inclination would always be to start with a question. I can understand the value of having a hypothesis to start with because then there is some particular focus that you can, zero in on. So, what is kind of your sense of that? Was your inclination also towards an open question, which eventually, unrolled all of this for you? Or do you feel that there are situations in which your hypothesis is fine? Do you think that, just as earlier we were speaking about how, the method can drive the questions, do you feel that there is a similar kind of part dependence in the approach of either starting with a question or starting with a hypothesis?
So to me, there isn't just one, and I stereotype those as well. Like I made it very simplistic in terms of the distinction, but I don't think there's necessarily one path. Right? I always joke that it is not. I grew up with the idea that you can actually have two contradictory ideas or two different paths to the same outcome, that there isn't one road, partly because in Delhi, sometimes if you were sticking on one road, you never go anywhere. You had to find other ways to get to your destination. That there are other ways. That there isn't, that sometimes you can have two contradictory ideas in your head. And partly that means and to me, it's situational, it depends on the research that you're trying to tackle. It's not that political scientists initially even they start with a question, but then they develop a hypothesis and then test it. Hence the, politics becoming more of a science, that they test it through different case studies, etc. I don't think there's anything that one or the other lends itself. I think it depends how honest you as a scholar when you are looking into these things and the question that you're interested in, the skills you have. I would not, I don't have the skills necessary to be a very good political scientist. So I don't go in with that. If I did have them, then maybe I would do an equally effective study looking at that angle. I also learn a lot from political scientists. Some do really good, I think particularly political scientists who are open to other methods, beyond kind of quantitative, who do really good case studies that are, some political scientists do a lot of work on that is using historical methodology too for their case studies. To me, people, and this is not just true of political scientists who are historically minded, but same, historians who are willing to, instead of everything must be a battle, there's only one way or the highway, that they are also shaped by thinking about IR theory in the literature. When you look at Robert Jervis, who did path-breaking work on perceptions and misperceptions, amongst others, that generation also had a lot of respect for historians. They could do very good historical work. They kept up with the literature. To me, I sometimes see entire political science theories will be based on some old history that historians have moved along. And sometimes historians can get very focused on a very small area and say, there's too much generalization. So that's the other thing that you see with both, which is historians will say, I know a lot about this one thing and this cannot be generalized. There isn't parsimony is what they say, and they're not trying to be. Whereas political scientists will say this is too general, it has no, historians we can give you a generalized, falsifiable, and therefore something that can be used for prediction, that we can give you that, and historians will say that it's too generalized. So to me, again, I somehow in my mind think both have their uses, but it is about, you have to keep yourself disciplined. If you are going to go in with a hypothesis, if you're disciplined enough to not cherry pick, for example, when you're approaching, say, archives, when you are the kind of rules of the discipline you maintain, which is you ensure there's some what they call external validity. The case you're taking actually can be used beyond that. You are choosing cases that are representative, etc. I think you can make a very good case, and there is a value to be able to generalize, to be able to think about. But same thing, for historians, if you aren't thinking about being a good historian in terms of using methodology properly, etc., you could also not necessarily make for a good book if you aren't considering other alternative explanations, if you are kind of writing with hindsight bias. Those things don't, if you're not paying attention to what else was happening at the time and you're very siloed, then that has its own issues, right? And to me, when you bring in area studies, you have to understand something. So whether it's anthropological or sociological, you have to understand something about the society on which you are writing. You have to understand something about politics. You have to understand that, budgets mattered. So I think, when it comes to these things, I have a personal preference. It's how I was trained, but I don't think there's necessarily only one way. It's about once you've chosen the path, you make sure that you are sticking to the road rules. You are keeping, your car filled with gas or petrol, depending on your country of preference. And you are, not kind of getting off on every exit that seems kind of like a good idea, but you have kept some discipline about what you're choosing. I think as you get older, and not just older, but as you progress in your career, you have more flexibility. One, especially in academia, you get tenure to do different kinds of things, and particularly multi-methods work. I've been glad to see a number of I've been speaking for a number of years. It's something called the Clements Center History and Statecraft Seminar, where they bring together PhD students who are historians, PhD students who are political sciences. One, it's an opportunity for them to talk to each other, and then people like me go to talk to them about, how history and academia can inform policy, or how we use it in our work, or how it can actually inform better policy. But I do think today you're seeing a lot more interest in kind of this, both qualitative methodology, but also to do more multidisciplinary work.
When you mentioned it during your PhD, where you mentioned, your line of inquiry to someone, they gave you the advice that, hey, this is not fashionable, don't do this, etc. And I remembered this great essay by Paul Graham called The Four Quadrants of Conformism, where he draws this quadrant where you are conformist and non-conformist and aggressive and passive. And his point was that the biggest impediment to progress in any field are the aggressively conventional minded, right? Where you are conventional minded, but you can't shut up about it. You're aggressive, and therefore you get in the way of progress. And that's like true in every single field, and I guess this must be true in your field also. And I guess it would be tempting to, in a sense, apply it to your field, because the world is deeply, deeply, deeply complex. Once you acknowledge the complexity, it might seem incredibly hard to come to any conclusion at all, because every conclusion seems necessarily simplistic. So how much of a barrier is this, and how much of this have you encountered, and has it gotten a little better? Because there used to be a time where there was this stereotype of the American establishment having this condescending paternalistic view towards the world, where they are applying one prism to look at the world, and they don't really get it. They don't really know anything. It is deeply, ludicrously simplistic. And I'm guessing that if it was true in the first place, it would be much better now, because you have a lot more diversity within the think tanks and within the knowledge industry. You have India programs, you've headed one yourself over here. So give me a sense of this tussle between acknowledging the complexity of the world, but at the same time having conclusions, and then within organizations, within establishments, having the openness to new ideas and avoiding the dangers of just sticking to convention.
Groupthink is what, and people have written about the dangers of groupthink. There was, I'm trying to remember the name of the book now, but there was a pretty famous book about the youngish people who the groupthink around Vietnam and the US intervention in Vietnam. Not the smartest boys in the room. It'll come to me, but it was essentially I don't know why I'm forgetting this. This is what happens in old age, or not eating your 7 badams a day to your memory. But one of the things you do in terms of the complexity is true, and that's the criticism of historians, right? That you start to say everything matters, and then if you're sitting there as a policymaker, like, yeah, but you're telling me everything is contingent, so it doesn't. So the way I did it in my book, which was my dissertation, which is, I could have written a kind of a straightforward history, but I did want to draw out IR theories helped me, and thinking about policy research design helped me then try to generalize a little bit. So one of the things you can help do is you can say, okay, so my book said, A, China actually did help, the China factor helped shape US India relations. Here are the ways it did it. But I also then and this would have been a political sciencey way of doing it, what are the conditions under which China actually brings the US India together? Historian wouldn't have necessarily done this. And so I identify that one thing I noticed, China did bring the US India together, but it didn't last. So what happens? You can only do that if you actually identified when China, so under what conditions does China bring US India? Now, I'm saying this is a normal. I'm sure political scientists would have words to describe, independent variables, and I haven't done it enough recently that I can remember all of that. But I, for instance, said, okay, China mattered, or China brought the US and India together not only when they agreed that China was a challenge or a threat, but when they agreed on the nature, urgency, and approach to the threat. And that an agreement on China being a threat is a necessary but insufficient condition to bring US-India together. Because there were times, for example, in the 60s, so this goes back to the history part, where you see that both China, India, and the US are very concerned about China. But that convergence is not enough on threat perception, is not enough, because they start to disagree on, one, the nature of the threat. The Johnson administration is telling India, actually, the bigger threat to you is that you'll economically not, and remember this is when India had famines, economically wasn't doing well, that economically you won't be able to deliver, and there'll be internal subversion. The communists will come and take over from inside. Now, mind you, this was actually a threat that Nehru used to be concerned about. In fact, he used to say to the US, you're too concerned about external threat, it's really internal subversion. In fact, Patel and Nehru, this is something they disagreed on. And so, Johnson is saying the biggest threat to India is not, and to a number of countries, is not external this thing, it's internal. And, remember, they're going through the Vietnam War, so that was their sense. India says, just having had to deal with 62 and having realized that actually Nehru should have spent more on defense and didn't, because he was so focused on the development, the butter versus guns. Indian policymakers are like, no, we do need to. So Johnson is saying, you let us take care of your defense, you need to spend more on development. Because your bigger problem with China is the possibility of internal submission. Here you have Indian policymakers saying, actually, no, we spent too much time worrying about internal subversion. We didn't have enough to defend our borders. We need to spend on defense. So you start to learn, one, it's this nature of the threat problem. They disagreed on the approach to the threat, in the sense that US was saying, India, you should make peace with Pakistan, you together can take on China. India is saying, no, but China is actually Pakistan's part of our China problem. So they disagree on approach. The US saying, actually, you have to, if you make up with Pakistan, then you can focus on China. And India saying, actually, no, that is not the path. They are actually part of the problem. Also, things like the US thought if India actually invested more in the Western system, even if it didn't become a formal ally, then it was more effective. Whereas India didn't want to do alliances, wanted to remain diversified, wanted to keep the Soviet option open. So Some of this is, that conditionality. Okay, here are the conditions. Can you draw out these factors? Because then you can say that in a contemporary, and that's a much more, that's not a historical, methodological thing, task that necessarily people do. And then you go to that next step and you say, okay, there are a lot of things different about today's environment than then. This is not the Cold War. China is economically engaged with both India and the US, etc. But those lessons still matter. That China can bring the US and India together, but that convergence will not be enough if the two sides do not agree on how to handle the Russia difference, or where Russia fits in, or can figure out if, if the US starts believing that actually India is not up to the task of tackling China, or the reverse, then you start to see this fraying. So this way, if I just did a history, straightforward history, yes, there would be other lessons, but I'm not sure I could get to that granular thing that would be more useful from a policy perspective than if I had taken some inspiration from political science, from IR theory. In terms of groupthink, and I think it really depends on the environment in which you're there. I mean, I do think groupthink exists. It's a thing. It's not an imagined. It does happen. Countries come into fads. I've seen at least, but it also gives you perspective, because I remember in the mid 2000s, there was a lot of building up of India, talking about it the same thing as China. And so when we've seen that hype now and everybody thinks this is new, I'm like, no, actually, we've seen this before. But it only sustains if India can deliver in terms of performance. So you start to see these patterns. You also see groupthink. Sometimes it benefits you. Everybody's thinking that, if just from a career perspective, if people actually care about India and there's groupthink about India matters, then yes, people certainly care about the area you're working on. To me, yes, there are these various parts where, the war in Iraq and that intervention, which to me, I still think it was one of the biggest foreign policy mistakes the US has made. But it wasn't just, the Bush administration. There were a lot of people around the time. Now, yes, some of them said the US should have gone to the UN, got permission, but there were a lot of people who thought Saddam Hussein had nuclear weapons and that therefore military intervention was justified. It wasn't just a partisan issue. Now, that's not to say that there weren't people. I joined Brookings in spring 2003. War had just started. And there were a number of people who were like, yep, they had served in government. Yep. But what I liked about a place like this is there were two scholars, one of whom went on to become a national security advisor. But at the time, said, this is a mistake. So some of this there is groupthink, but in an ideal world, you have space for other voices. Right now, the big debates in the US, for example, are about, there are a lot of debates on foreign policy, but some of them go back to the founding of the US, about how much to intervene and how engaged to be with the world. And is what happens in Europe's problem, or will it eventually spill over and drag the US in? And so, you even have, there's kind of this liberal internationalist view, but then you have kind of a more geopolitical realist competition view. And then you have people who are restrainers who say, we shouldn't really. Now, even amongst restrainers, they're kind of people who are kind of more go all the way from isolationism, but others saying the US just has to be smart about much more targeted about where it takes an interest. So, yes, this is a town like many that, and I think this happens in academia, fads come. And especially, it can be quite hard if you're a younger person trying to make your way to stand up and say, and it's not like I did something very brave in the sense that I wasn't going too much. I think the bigger thing where I was going against the grain is I was actually doing kind of history that put the state at the center of it. One of the critiques during my dissertation defense was, we don't know enough about what the person on the street in India thought about the U.S. India China triangle. Now, it was on me to make the case that, look, on these decisions, it actually didn't matter necessarily. I did have, there was some polling data, etc. But it's a fair critique that, but you make those choices, and maybe I couldn't have done that, like I said, that dissertation in a department, because it would have gone against the trend and where I think the discipline was. But I think it is a challenge. I don't think there's any challenge. I mean, I'll give you the example. For the longest time, the groupthink was in Delhi of a certain kind of engagement with the U.S. It took, slow, and it was slow and steady, but eventually you start seeing, prime ministers particularly push their own bureaucracies, their own cities, their own strategic cultures to move beyond. I also think sometimes we think there was a groupthink historically that didn't exist. So, people will often say, including you'll see some people from previous governments say, oh, the current government's doing too much with the US. It's doing operational things. And I always point out, people do realize that Jawaharlal Nehru, father of non-alignment, signed off on American spy planes taking off from the US. In his government, and then his daughters as well, the Central Intelligence Agency and India's Intelligence Bureau did operational things together, including create the Special Frontier Force, including help create and set up the Aviation Research Center. So, when we say that sometimes our groupthink is about, we think there was a certain kind of conventional wisdom, which there wasn't. And so some of it is, my job is to, I feel, to point out if I have a difference. Sometimes I'm part of that group thing, is maybe to question my own judgments. When I get something wrong, I like to go back and look at things. What did I get wrong? What did I get right? But it's also to try to highlight what we think was conventional wisdom or groupthink at the time wasn't really. And so to try to actually break through that groupthink, an understanding of what lies beneath. The one here often is that, India's kind of what I call diversification strategy, what others, call whatever, strategic autonomy, non-alignment, you pick your favorite term, has really been the fact that it's lasted so long across governments. It's not just some idealistic thing about staying aloof. It is about what India has thought of as its interests, which include maintaining independence of action, not just as a means to an end, but in an ends to itself. And that India thinks of it as an objective, as an interest, not just nice to have. And it's not ideological. It is because they think that it's partly Indian strategic culture. So it's not what, realists would consider an outcome that involves a balance of power or those security kind of goals. But you have to understand things as people saw them, not take contemporary conventional wisdom and, put it back on others.
So I'm going to ask you another basic question. Just as a while ago you indulged me when I asked you to give me a view of the belly of the Washington DC beast and how think tanks function and all that, I want you to take me into the belly of another beast, which is the state itself. And I want to ask you, what is foreign policy? Like in concrete terms, what is the expression of foreign policy? Like the American version of the foreign ministry deals with India's foreign ministry. What is being negotiated? What does a partnership mean in concrete terms? What do the two have to do with each other? Where is the thinking coming from? Can we look at it in homogeneous terms, in the sense, if I remember correctly, I did done an episode with Srinath on the Bangladesh war, and he pointed out that the State Department and Nixon at the time were actually at opposite ends. They wanted different things. So it is obviously not even the case that American foreign policy is one thing. There are tussles within it. But what are the tussles within it like, and what is the outward expression? Like, what does foreign policy involve doing? So, put some meat on these bones.
The reason these are tough questions is the kind of back to basics questions are actually things you almost forget to think about and, kind of what they mean, but it's good to kind of go back to first principles sometimes. And I think foreign policy is basically the ways countries engage with actors beyond their borders. And today, I'm not sure it was ever true that they were only the purview of state departments or foreign ministries, but I think even more so today, you cannot just look at, because of the natures of issues involved, that engagement with the world is not just diplomatic notes on who's going to take whose side in a war or try to prevent war. So diplomacy, yes, there is the diplomacy aspect, which is you negotiate deals, you try to shape the nature of your own environment. It is about, thinking, so it's a negotiation of treaties. It is about trying to prevent war. Those things still exist. But because it's also about shaping the world around you, depending on how many capabilities you have. But it's also today, the nature of that engagement is everything from energy policy to technology policy to, you have chief ministers in Indian states who are trying to attract businesses and compete with each other for foreign businesses, or American governors who are, speaking to Indian companies saying, come set up in my state. So today, because the nature of the engagement doesn't A, just involve the state anymore, but B, involves different kinds of policy and therefore will involve even within the state a lot more agencies. And it involves the public in a manner that may not have been the case, 10, 20 years ago, just because of the nature of communications. So today, I think foreign policy, when you're looking at it, you have to look at every one of these things, which is, if you're going to come up with a better holistic analysis, which is, how do you think about who within particular governments are influential? So, for example, either in the India and the US, you're going to say, okay, I have to think about the US India relationship. What are the issues that are involved? There is the diplomatic negotiations. There are regional security issues, including China and Pakistan. There's trade and economics. There is diaspora issues. And today there are things like, even within economic policy, it's even more specific, right? It's education, it's tourism, it's technology, it's energy, it's space, even within technology. And once you look at the issues, and I should say, before you ever get into that, first principle question that always needs to be asked about any country's foreign policy: what are your objectives? What are your objectives? Sometimes, you sit through these exercises, like, okay, develop a grand strategy. People will start talking about policies and issues. First question: what are your objectives? Then you move backwards and say, okay, how am I going to get there? What is the policy? And then you decide, okay, within how am I going to get there? What are the issues that matter? But on US India relations, today it's just a more diverse set of actors because they're a diverse set of issues. So then you figure out, what are your landscape of stakeholders? You do an environmental study. Who are the stakeholders that matter? What are their views? What is driving them? What are their objectives? Then you understand. So you understand power centers, so to speak, or policy stakeholders. Then you understand process. How is policy actually made? So I don't know, I'm just throwing this out there. The Department of Homeland Security might have very strong views, but where does it fit in the process? Who's actually making the decision? Is it the State Department or the White House? Why did it end up in 1971? And Srinath's book, 1971, A Global History, is very, very good, because it drills down both on these issues within governments, but also across different governments. It actually takes that global view. Because it shows that, yes, the State Department, which people consider, this is what somebody is saying, has a very strong view. But at the end of the day, the White House mattered. They're the deciders, to use George W. Bush's terms. The president is the decider. Now, having said that, even the president had to deal with a Congress that was criticizing Pakistan and cutting off aid, and so was trying to go around it. So one of the things was, Nixon wanted to send weapons to Pakistan because Pakistan's like, we don't have weapons. And he realizes, or actually Kissinger did more than Nixon, because he realizes he can't do it because State Department is not on board and Congress has banned it. So what does he do? He tries to see if Jordan, I think it was Jordan if I remember correctly, or Turkey or others could supply because the US couldn't. So then you had to understand not just the landscape within government, but the landscape of the city or the government decision making broadly. Does parliament matter? Does Congress matter? How does it matter? How much does it matter? So I always start with, and this was something that I understood at Yale, and I think policy schools are good at teaching you, is who are the various actors involved? What are their interests? What is the policy process? Where does politics fit in? Where does budget fit in? Because these things matter. I like to think that one of the things I brought up in the book, which again I had not thought about before, is how much Indian decision making on China and what to do about it was shaped by the guns versus butter argument. Is that one of the things Nehru did, which turned out to be a wrong judgment, is he didn't think China wasn't a threat. He just thought India had 10, 15 years to deal with it. And he worried more about this internal subversion threat. So the logic of that was but there was also some sense of he wanted to focus on development. And so he didn't want to spend on defense as much because he thought that was going to, and that Pakistan was the greater problem to national integration. And so then you start seeing, because your preference is not to spend on defense, you start saying, acha, this threat is not going to come. You start telling yourself, I'm going to mirror image. That just like me, Mao really just wants to spend time developing. He doesn't want to get into hit bits. Once you start doing that, so then you understand about these different aspects, because it comes down to a budgetary decision. It was a resource issue that was shaping and priorities. So then you also understand people within organizations. So it's not just a State Department view. Are there different people within the State Department or within MEA who have a different worldview, who are going to make the same case? And this idea of a unitary actor, it sounds good in theory. Anybody, and I have spent most of my life in either Delhi or DC, two capital cities where this is very apparent, it's just not reflective of reality. You have to understand where the combination of structure and agency. What are the structural factors? India needs partners to develop. Where's the agency and individuals matter? How much does a Prime Minister Modi matter, or a President Biden? How much does it matter who is in their team and what is being said? So to me, this is actually what is fascinating about looking at this. It can sometimes be overwhelming, but this is where you have to learn about the city. This is why I actually think there needs to be, especially on the U.S. India side, there needs to be a lot more understanding of how India works here. So even when, say, people, why is India partnering with Russia? You have to understand not just the history, but the current realities, including current dependencies that India has. On the flip side, I actually think today I see more investment in studying India in the US. I think an equal, if not bigger problem is there's very little studies of the US in India. And it is, if not India's most important partner today, at least one of its most important partners. Where are the experts on the US? And I don't mean experts on US-India relations. Where, for a country that is now, whose decision-making, right or wrong, matter to Indian companies, Indian government, where is the investment in expertise on the US in terms of politics, process, understanding US policy towards China or US policy, not our feelings about them, actual studying of it in a way that there are China studies programs. Why aren't there US studies programs in India? So to me, it's both, because you have to understand, as you're saying, these nuances about how things get done within certain cities, preferences, priorities, prisms. These things matter. Overall, I'm still a believer that countries engage with each other not because of emotions, but because of interests. And so the way I put it is, if you're thinking about India and the US, why are they moving forward? Because the theories of the case that each country has about the other are largely in sync. The moment they're not, things will start stalling.
And I'm just thinking that therefore, part of the fields, like one of the fields that you have had to master, along with the other fields of history and IR and so on, is also human psychology. Because you're looking back and you're thinking, what was Nehru thinking? Was he rationalizing stuff to himself? And you've got to apply that to current actors and say, what is Modi thinking? What is Biden thinking, or what are his people thinking, and so on and so forth. And just in terms of objectives, it strikes me that that is also very complicated, and I wonder how one internally sorts that out. For example, when the US looks at India today, on the one hand, they could say that that we need some levers to do something about India's stand on the Russia-Ukraine war, because obviously they would want India to be less, to turn away from Russia and more towards Ukraine. At the same time, you want to build India as a bulwark for China. At the same time, you realize that we have business interests and India is a big market for us, and the trade helps us. At another level, there is this, another strand of thinking that wants to make America more insular and perhaps doesn't care about the trade relationship so much. So, how do these play out within the establishment? Like, is there eventually one voice on, how to deal with this? Like, America is, of course, a place where, the institutions are really strong. The president doesn't necessarily have so much power. It's not one man saying, hey, let's do this. As you pointed out in the Nixon example, he might have wanted to give arms to Pakistan, but it wasn't happening. So, how do these play out? Is it simplistic at any point in time to say this is America's policy, while it could actually be different things happening simultaneously?
So I do think there are dominant views. Presidents do matter on foreign policy in particular. They do tend to have a lot to do with shaping the dominant prism on things. But they are also products of structures and institutions and priorities and preferences. So, I mean, one of the things you do, and all of us have to be careful. Like, have to remind myself that we know a lot more about what Nehru thought and stuff because we have access. You can learn something about leaders, and so you read some literature on leaders as well, but we're never going to have that kind of paperwork available for recent prime ministers, just because they also don't put everything down on paper in a way that used to be then, for various reasons. But you also kind of learn in terms of thinking through. And you can, by the way, one of the things when you're trained as a historian to do is, when you have somebody like a new leader come, like when Prime Minister Modi first became Prime Minister, your natural instinct is to do your analysis, because you can have theories, but my initial instinct, because that's how I'm trained, is I actually went back and looked at his chief minister thing. What has he actually said? What did he do there? And if you'd actually gone back and looked at his history, he's actually been quite predictable. So it wasn't as unpredictable as people thought. Now people are sitting and saying, surprised that he's more pro-business than pro-market. But if you heard any of his speeches or gone back and looked at what he did, we actually know that was always going to be his preference for working with bureaucrats. We know that. So, sometimes those are the things that you see just in terms of, I'm using the Indian examples, they're American examples. Joe Biden, we know a lot about his foreign policy preferences because he's been on the beat for a long time. And then sometimes when you have, like in America, a lot of governors become presidents. Sometimes now I think they have more international experience. Some come with very little. Bill Clinton, for example. Then you look at, who are the people around them? What are their own experiences? So I'll give you the Trump example. People in 2016, people weren't taking his candidacy seriously. 2015, 2016. I mean, it was considered a thing. My colleague Tom Wright wrote a piece, I think it was for the Politico, the online magazine, and Tom he's a good example. He's a political scientist, trained as a political scientist, and did IR, but is also a historically minded political scientist. So what did he do? He just actually went back and he said, I'm going to write a piece on what a Trump foreign policy would look like. And he went back and looked at things Trump had said, how he'd behaved, even with somebody who didn't have, like a formal foreign policy legacy or track record. He went and said, and he drew out that there were three things that Trump personally himself cared about a lot: trade, alliances, and immigration and migration. That he had strong views on this. The others you could he's transactional and all that. But these were three issues and he drew that up. And it has proved to be the most accurate prediction of what we've seen. So presidents, I mean, yes, some of it is Trump in particular matters a lot, but actually Trump reflects why the presidency still matters in terms of preferences, because their preferences, and if there's a Trump 2, you'll see that sometimes there's a lot of analysis being done assuming Trump 2 will be like Trump 1.0. One of the things that won't be is Trump himself has had experience, including had experience of parts of government trying to stall or stop or redirect what he was trying to do. And so this time he'll come in with people who recognize that and they will try to be more effective at following what his own preferences. So I think, presidents do still matter in the system. You have to learn about them. You have to figure out what the equation is with different parts, but that there does tend to be a view. And you can tell there is a American policy because you've seen now 4 or 5 very different presidents essentially take a broadly similar view of India, right? Whether it's towards the end of the Clinton administration, George W. Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden. And this is where structural factors come in, is you have different constituencies come at this from different. But the US theory of the case has been on the strategic side, that India is a growing actor. And so even globally, globally and regionally, it's influential. And so therefore, a good equation is, or a good working relationship is, and cooperating with India is a good thing. But you also have, as America becomes concerned about Asia, Indo-Pacific, and a rising China's assertiveness, then it becomes a balance of power thing. Then you say, okay, who are the countries who are willing and able, who share threat perception or perception of challenge, and who are capable of doing something about it and willing to do it with the US. And then you see, from that angle, strategic. This is across the board. So, and I could do the Indian version of this on the US. Sometimes we focus on, again, like I was saying, so-and-so is pro-India, anti-India, pro this. It's not about that. It is what is their prism of the world? Where does India fit in? So the fact that 4 different leaders have taken this view, or at least the administrations have, tells you it is, so people, the reason I'm saying this is also problematic when you get into this and don't understand the broader things, is then you say, okay, if it's pro-India or anti-India, then what you need to do is somehow either wait for that person to move away, or second, you try to shape their view of you. And that's not it. It is just like for India, the same people who had problems with the US are now deepening ties. I mean, the BJP objected to the nuclear deal. They have done now, this government has done more with the US than the previous 3 or 4 governments in India. And it is because of an interest-based reason. And so the US side is there's that strategic. So there are certain, that is the broader argument. Then you have the, folks who are making the economic, that India is going to be a large growing economy. Now you add in a newer world, earlier it used to be market size investment opportunity. Now you're saying supply chain actor. We can help diversify. So as new interests come in, then you see, then the question is, where does India fit in? Now, Delhi is seeing, okay, these are the things, how do I convince them? Because each of these lines that are talking about for the reasons to deepen ties is a constituency for the relationship, who says we need to deepen. Then you have, the people who are saying, from a technology perspective, it's a source of talent, etc. If you have today actors, universities, who are getting revenue from international students. They want more Indian students. So they become a constituency in the relationship. States who want Indian companies to invest here or who want to sell their agricultural products in India, they take an interest. And then there's the values argument, right? So it's strategic, economic, tech, values. Now the values is different sorts. It's, it's things like people to people ties. It is democracy. It is people who think that actually India is a better actor in terms of a rules-based order and sticks to the rules, etc. So they're different kind of values. Just like these, all these people who are making this argument, these are constituencies who want to deepen the ties. But there also continue to be differences and divergences. And so there's a set of constituencies who are saying either don't bother improving ties, or in fact, India is a problem in amongst these buckets too. So there are people on the strategic side who said, yeah, in theory it'd be good, but India is actually not going to ever do things with us beyond a point. So why bother? Why invest so much? There'll be others who say, see, India taking Russia's side actually shows that it is, Russia and China are our problems, and they are actually helping Russia at the time we're fighting, or the Ukrainians are fighting a war with Russia. So they'll be arguing against it. So you have the convergence side, constituencies, and then you have the divergence one. So on the strategic side, they'll say, we kind of disagree. You'll have people on the economic side saying, it's actually not such a big market, or they'll say it's a really difficult place to do business, or there'll be another set they'll saying, actually, Vietnam is a better place to diversify rather than India. On the tech side, we'll say, can we really trust them? Are they, whether on the defense tech or others? No, we can find other sources. Or we should not have those jobs go abroad. They should be in the US. And then you have on the value side, people to people can be a tie, but, if India starts playing politics here, then diaspora becomes the spillover of domestic politics comes into diaspora. And you have the diaspora starting to, there are people within the diaspora say, actually, this government is not reflective. So they'll start saying, you actually shouldn't or should press India on something, or people who have concerns. So the challenge, where a relationship ends up is there is a ledger of, it's like assets and liabilities. The end result is if you have more constituencies pushing for a relationship to move forward than the people saying either stall, stop, reverse, then it moves forward. And this is true on both sides, right? It's a tali ek haath se nahi bajte. So the same thing I did on the US side, you can do it on the India side. And countries can do things to help themselves. Like, if you do things that are going to increase the constituencies against you, then even if they don't reverse or stop, they start stalling them, slowing down the relationship. Because those people who are arguing for the relationship, they're not just moving forward. They're having to tackle the arguments of those saying actually don't. So when there are more differences, it's not that they can't be managed or that they will totally reverse. But every one of those things that is done that adds to the constituencies arguing against a deeper relationship with India, once it starts adding up, it can be an obstacle or at least, a very big speed bump that will slow down the relationship. So in any bilateral relationship, it moves the fastest when you have, and every one of those constituencies have different weights. So a president will have a higher weight than, the country's president has a different weight than a university's president. But nonetheless, it's about this addition and subtraction. And it's for the US, it needs to, ensure that constituencies for the relationship are higher. Same thing for India. If there are more constituencies who are arguing against a deeper relationship, then it can either stall. So I never think, people think things move in a linear fashion and will always be. No, I think the structural factors exist, but these constituencies matter because, especially in democracies, there are various actors. And the president's word does have a lot to do with shaping American policy. But there are various parts of government and constituencies that matter as well. And I'll give you the example of when China's mistake was getting a lot of in the US. Why did the conventional wisdom on China change? Because its behavior in various formats ensured that even those people who were arguing for a deeper China relationship, they went over into the liabilities side. That's when things change.
So, I've done tons and tons and tons of episodes on the economic establishment, and this sounds exactly like that. It's deeply complex. There are conflicting interests, no simple narratives to be had. But one of the things that I have realized is true about the economic establishment in India is first, it works in an internecine way behind the scenes, regardless of what is happening in politics. So I've done, episodes with Montek and various others, and you realize that from the late 70s onwards, they're planning for the reforms, and then that moment comes, and when that moment comes, Louis Menon's point in the Metaphysical Club, when that moment comes in 91, they strike. And then for around 20 years, you have a continuity. It's a golden period. The reforms are happening. The continuity is across governments and across administrations. So the new pension scheme is designed under the Vajpayee government, but the same bureaucrats are pushing for it and carrying it out under the Manmohan government. Similarly, the inflation targeting is designed under, Chidambaram's finance ministry, but is ratified under Jaitley's finance ministry. So there's almost a seeming consensus, which kind of breaks down in 2014, where the politicians get it that this is a direction we need to go in. And you have a similar, deep state is normally a pejorative term, but there is an underlying layer of policy people and bureaucrats who are kind of together and in unison, who are moving it forward, to the extent that you think that the politicians aren't actually that necessary to the process. I completely buy your point that if an American president says, let's do this, it carries a lot of weight. But equally, if he was to just ignore it completely, it would just run on its own, because that whole machine is kind of purring. So is that the case? Is there a foreign policy establishment that carries on and drives the nation's foreign policy regardless of what is happening at the political front? Like earlier you also spoke of that revolving door, that Clinton people come to Brookings and Brookings people go to the Bush administration, like that. So what is this underlying establishment? Is there continuity there? Is there a consensus
There is an establishment. It can have diverse views, but yes, on big picture, broad things. So, for example, establishment view, even on economics, is that market economics is good, but or you can see it in social policies, things that would never be considered an establishment view, it changes over time. And then suddenly, even the idea, actually, the US is a good example. There was isolationism in the US, and then not only does the US enter the Second World War, but it's a pretty cross-party view. There've constantly been differences about, regions that matter, etc. But yes, on broad things, an establishment view for years that said Republicans and Democrats, there were enough of a consensus that the US should be engaged in the world, and that what happens in various countries, that the US should be seeking markets, etc. And you start to see this breakdown, right, where partly, and this happened after the US's intervention in Vietnam too. After these things happened, like the Iraq war in particular, less so Afghanistan, that was more considered a war of choice than necessity. But what the younger generation calls the forever wars. You start seeing people then question the establishment view itself, saying that you guys got this wrong. And partly you got this wrong because there was groupthink. So then that moment exists where there's the voices who earlier, they get a larger voice. And so, now when you look back, and it's true that many American, maybe not every, but in recent years, every American president has come in saying, we will do less abroad, we will do nation building at home. And then they do a lot everywhere. And so some of it is, there are these established views that sometimes reflect structure, preferences. One of the points I try to make is sometimes here in Washington, it's the flip side of, the people who have deep state conspiracies, which they say, here people think that everything that happens in the world, somehow we can either do something about it here, or that we're the ones who caused it. Mm-hmm. The flip side, of course, of that is that everything that happens in the world, when I was growing up in the 80s, we used to joke, because, there was a lot of, it's like, oh, it's raining, it must be the CIA, right? Mm-hmm. So it's like, the flip side is that there's somebody here sitting and actually controlling everything. And I think, the funniest analysis I always find is one that assumes that the US government, which is powerful, but that it acts in a much more coherent and coordinated and efficient manner than it does, and cares about more parts of the world than it actually does. And so, you do see these ideas that sometimes there's this exaggerated view about it. But nonetheless, I will say, while these structural and establishment things do matter, presidents do matter here, which is why, yes, when India is watching an election comes up, it'll be sitting and assessing, Because the government does understand, particularly somebody like a Trump, who's a very different kind of, maybe if, in the olden days, people say, if there was a Romney presidency, but even he would care about some particular thing. So, for example, I'll give you the President Carter had a very different view of India than Nixon and Ford. And therefore, he ended up making it a priority. I mean, this is a little known thing about Carter, but because it gets overtaken by after the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, where his government then starts re-engaging Pakistan. But when he first comes in, his national security advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, has this idea of what today we would call middle powers, influential middle powers. They would call regional influentials. And India was on, and why? Because part of it was, for Carter, the fact that India had had 2 years of emergency, but then elections are called. It's the one of the, he cared about human rights and values. And so this idea that India had recovered its own democracy. But second, his mother had spent time in India in the Peace Corps. So he had heard her talk about it. So it's different things. So you have to understand where presidents are coming from. Structures shapes their own preferences, what they can do, structural imperatives. When people, I remember in 2020 were concerned, not just in Washington or Delhi, but many places, that Joe Biden would take a very different view of China. He would take a more Obama-esque view of China. And he didn't. He actually continued a lot of, in fact, kind of the more hawkish view, I would say the more realistic view of China, and either did more of what Trump, or fixed what Trump was doing. I mean, Trump people would say didn't do it enough. But nonetheless, there is that consensus. Why? Because China had changed. The US view of China had changed. So even Joe Biden, who had been as vice president, had discussions with Xi Jinping, recognizes that this. Now, if Joe Biden had decided that actually India doesn't really matter as much, that would have made a difference. You wouldn't have had the Quad being elevated. You would have seen much more. He wouldn't have decided to prioritize India in a foreign policy. Now, some of that is shaped by an India that says, okay, I'm willing to actually work with you. Otherwise, the US would have worked with other countries and prioritized other countries in the first few years. And that actually does make a difference, because then it's not just, if India says, I don't have interest in cooperating with you, then you kind of move on, or your own worldview, you say, oh, India's not going to do these things, so why even bother? Other thing that happens is, it becomes, if you're not cooperating, people move on, but then all those divergences also become the biggest things in the relationship. Then you have a very alternate view of US India relations in a Biden administration, where Russia actually, the differences on Russia derail the relationship, the differences on kind of the state of Indian democracy derail the relationship. Then all those differences suddenly become bigger. Instead, you had an administration, partly because that's what I said. You have to look at the worldview, the president and his administration and the country that you're dealing with. There, they see China as the pacing challenge. If you're looking at the vision of the world through that, then you see India, and an India that's willing, not just an India that exists, willing to cooperate with you, as important. Sometimes has more of a shared worldview with you on China than some of your allies. Then you say, okay, I'm going to see if I can work with this country on this. And then I'm going to manage those differences better, because that is my primary strategic viewpoint. And so to me, yes, there are establishment views. There are moments that come that others who are disagreeing. But I do think we always have to, all of us can fall into the trap of falling into a particular set of assumptions, set of conclusions, arguments. And I think even I do. I mean, you kind of struggle to see beyond it. So I recently wrote an article on, is there going to be an India-China rapprochement deal? Now, I also wrote a piece in 2018 when everybody around the Wuhan summit was saying there's going to be a reset in India-China relations, saying there's not. That now, sometimes you get those things wrong. Turns out one of the things that, yes, I said structural differences matter much more, that it won't last. Now, Xi Jinping could have proved me wrong. He didn't. But one of the reasons I wrote this piece on, is there going to be an India-China deal, is I personally don't think one would last. And I think there are too many. But I wanted to put myself through the intellectual exercises of saying, okay, I can see signs I've studied like India, China. I can see signs of a desire on both sides. I can figure out why a Prime Minister Modi might want to do this. I will still say that these are the reasons I don't think it would go very far. Might be a tactical thaw, as I put it. But why I don't think there'll be a strategic shift. But even if that is not my own necessary policy preference, but as from an intellectually honest point of view, I need to push myself to see what that would look like. Same thing on Russia. I actually think India has, in some fields, become over-dependent on Russia. And it constrains India's strategic autonomy. I don't think that's about Russia. I think that's just the legacy of the relationship. I have to put aside whatever my view in my analysis. Twitter is a different thing. In my analysis, while I think Putin's invasion of Ukraine was an invasion and has been really bad for a lot of Indian interests and frankly bad for Russia, not to mention bad for Ukraine, and this is not what countries should do. That is my view. But when I'm analyzing an India-Russia relationship, I have to put myself in why is Delhi doing the things it's doing? I can still eventually, on an opinion piece, say I think it might be mistaken. But I will say, I have to say, this is why. I might not think it's a great idea. I said before the invasion that even if the Russians invade, India would take this position and they're going to stick to this Russia relationship. You have to have that ability to say, I might not agree with it, but if I'm in the job I have to think about these alternate pathways, or I have to be able to analyze something I don't necessarily agree with.
So, we've almost spoken for 4 hours, and I realized that if I carry on with the original intention of this episode, which is to take a deep dive into foreign policy with you, we'll be here for another 12 hours.
Yes.
So rather than doing that, I'll just ask you to sort of give me potted answers to the next handful of, you can think of it, you have that rapid fire round and
Yes.
coffee with Karan.
Yeah.
So something like that, but not too rapid fire because hey, wo to thoda mushkil hai. But not too CBSE as it were. So paragraphs and not sentences. So here's sort of the first of my questions, which is, what are the myths in the conventional thinking about Indian foreign policy that you would like to dispel? For example, you dispelled a bunch of them in your excellent book, where you've spoken about how it isn't the case that everything was only through a Soviet lens or a Pakistan lens. It was also a China lens, that we actually moved closer to the US when, in 62, 63 with that air defense agreement. Another tilt, as you call it, comes in 71 with the agreement with the Soviets. So there's actually movement happening. It's not one thing, which was very interesting to think about because it goes completely against the conventional wisdom. What are the grand myths regarding India's foreign policy and the narratives that we built around it that, that you've learned about?
I think one of the primary ones is that India's, especially early decision making, and this is something that both in India and abroad people have, is that it was ideological and is somehow airy-fairy. And it comes down to, again, I don't necessarily agree with some of those choices made, but the fact that the resultant outcomes have lasted in terms of, strategic autonomy, non-alignment, or as I like to call it, a diversification strategy has persisted, is because it came from a set of decisions that were quite realist. And Srinath's first book, War and Peace in Modern South Asia, I think it was called, makes this point well, which is Nehru's actually a Niebuhrian realist. But the other thing that aspect of that I found is actually it wasn't some airy-fairy view of the world. Those leaders in those days, for understandable reasons, had a very dark view of the world. And what they weren't striving for world peace for some airy-fairy reason, but because they understand in a way that you started hearing again in the 2000s, in the 2010s. In fact, even Prime Minister Modi tries this with China, right, when he first comes, which is that you actually want time to develop and grow, and so you want a peaceful neighborhood. So you want to try to make deals. So this one aspect that in these instincts were somehow ideological and not practical or rational. I think the second thing, which I think, there's been a lot of new work that has busted some of these myths. Srinath's book pointing out that India didn't have, there wasn't some thing against the use of force. When India thought it was it was needed, India used force. I think one of the third things that I would say is you see this view that non-alignment has meant no alignment. And one of the things I try to point out in the book is actually India has aligned. It aligned with the US in the 60s and the Soviet Union in the 70s. And this wasn't just these were as close as India's got to signing alliances. In fact, the Soviet India Treaty has a mutual consultations provision. Even it's like India would have to consult with the US if the Soviet Union was attacked. And so some of this is about thinking that, we think there are these boundaries that actually Indian policymakers have been much more pragmatic and flexible when it's come down to it. And then one final one that maybe I'll throw out is a lot of myths about what non-alignment or strategic autonomy has been. And that's why I prefer the idea that it's a diversification strategy of maintaining multiple options to ensure as much independence of action as possible. And the myths about that include that somehow there's some the perfect version of strategic autonomy that you're going to have all the freedom of the world. It just doesn't exist. There's also a myth that these relationships are therefore equidistant. That is also not. So the way I think about it, it's more like a portfolio, like an investment portfolio. The weight of some stocks, some partners is there, but sometimes they grow over time, sometimes they lessen. So today, India's portfolio has a lot more Western. The weight of the West has grown. The weight of Russia hasn't disappeared, but India is investing less and less in it. And because that portfolio has grown, even if Russia continues to be, it's just become a smaller part. And the part about, China used to be considered somewhere India was going to put more investment, and it hasn't. So how does then India diversify? It starts investing in relationships in the global south and the Middle East to dilute that pool, again, to create space. So to me, that is the biggest myth, that somehow these are equidistant relationships that India doesn't align, isn't willing to put in, and that, I actually think sometimes analysis of Indian foreign policy has been more inflexible than Indian foreign policy has.
Wow, that's a great line. Next spotted question is about China. Like, I've done a bunch of episodes on China, including with Manoj Kevalramani last, I think, and I love his work. But I still can't grok what does China want? Like, what is the deal? Like, when we look at the West, you can look at US interests and things seem to make sense. And, there are different pulls and pressures, but everything seems to make sense. It's coherent at whatever different level we are talking about, and ditto with India. But with China, it almost seems sometimes like a black box, that what do they want? And that's especially important in the context of, the fact that the power differential is huge. I mean, they can basically do incursions whenever they want. Like, what are we going to do? So, what is your sense of how their foreign policy establishment thinks and what they want? And what is your sense of, what are the different levers that we have to do something about it? What is our approach towards China? What are the mistakes that we are making? Give me a sense of that.
So I will caveat this with, I don't consider myself a China expert. I look at China from the outside in. I think, there are a lot of very good experts, including Manoj, on China and India. And I'm really glad to see, they've been doing podcasts and newsletters and a lot more discussion. And so I think there's a lot of good work now being done in India on China. I take issue when sometimes people say, we've been taking too much from Western things and we need to develop our own. For me, these are not battles. This is not like, so just because the Western view is not. After all, a lot of studies on India that Indians read came from the West. Yes, do more, but then you had to invest more. But regardless, I think there's a lot of, it's good to see a lot of expertise, even beyond the formers, who are also very good China experts, that are coming up in academia and in business that sees this now as something that they need to invest in. So with the caveat that, that I am not an expert on China. I look at kind of how India sees China. But I think we seem to know a few things, right? That one, from what work people have done, is that regime security, party security is a priority concern and the prism through which everything flows. That Xi Jinping has centralized leadership to an extent we haven't seen for decades. The problem, as you point out then, is trying to use a cliche, read the tea leaves, because inherently, and this is partly what makes authoritarian governments hard to, and therefore can be quite destabilizing, is that we, at least outside governments that don't have access to, intelligence, and even that can be faulty, is that we then have to kind of make assumptions, look back at history, understand, understand his father, even understand his preferences, because we don't actually know what he is thinking. You have to read, the China experts will tell you, read these speeches, it's different, this is what he's saying. And so I think it's just incredibly hard to figure out what's going on. And so, like, when governments have to do this, you act on the basis of, okay, what can we see? We can see capabilities, we can see actions, and then you try to derive intentions from those. And sometimes it can be faulty. Sometimes we can get into a spiral of a security dilemma. But nonetheless, this is what makes, democratic peace theory, it's not perfect. But one of the arguments is that we can actually see the sausage making, see the debates and differences in our democracies. Whereas you can't you don't know what intentions are because you're still trying to figure these things out. So I think the kind of why is China doing what it's doing? We can have theories, but we don't really know. And so the fact that we are still debating why, there's still lively debate on why China took the actions it did in 1962, let alone during the 2013, 2014, 2017, and then 2020 border incursions. It's, there have been various theories, including is there something broader, that this is part of China's more regional assertiveness? Is this India specific? Was it just trying to salami slice? Did they not expect an Indian response? Or was Xi Jinping coming out of COVID? Did he want to kind of show his strength somewhere and try to tell people, I'm not weak? Was it opportunistic? India didn't have, had withdrawn kind of the military exercise at the time. So, or does China want to put India in its place? Some have a theory about China did this because of Article 370 revocation. I'm a little bit more skeptical about that because I don't think we have, it doesn't explain many other things that happen. But, again, these are things to debate. We don't know the answer. And so whatever our pet theories, we say, it shows that. I think more broadly, I think in general, we'll see, there's talk in the budget of now reversing economic restrictions on China and things like that. I think broadly, India is following the policy, a policy of recognizing that the deals, part of these border agreements that everybody talks about, and why there's so much emphasis in India on those were violated, is they were not just served a diplomatic function. Various governments of various stripes, everybody from Rajiv Gandhi to Modi, for them it was part of the deterrent strategy against India. They thought these agreements would deter China from acting. And that has broken down. So some of what India is doing is trying to restore some deterrence, and you do it through different ways, right? So some of it is building your own capabilities, including at the border. So it's what political scientists call internal balancing. And there's a long line of that. And this is not going to be kind of the rapid fire at all, but I should have ended this answer long ago. But just, I think you see with internal balancing, everything from at the kind of border, making sure you have better roads, villages, military capabilities, redeploying forces. Even for that, it has to go back to you need to improve your economy. And this is where the contradictions come in, right? But to improve your economy and even take advantage of people diversifying, then the economic restrictions you put on China to try to create resilience, you're going to maybe consider easing them because you think that'll help your economy, which will then pay for the military budget, right? So it's internal balancing and external balancing, which is, making partnerships. Those partnerships with like-minded countries on China can both help you build your own capabilities, but also shape a favorable balance of power, offer alternatives in the regions that you can't alone, deal with China in regional and global institutions. So I think broadly, the Indian government has been doing, it has the right idea. To me, the big question is it doing it fast and far enough? And I worry sometimes that the prioritization, and don't get me wrong, I think India needs to develop a indigenous defense industrial base. I think it's, I'm not one of those people who says India needs to buy foreign. That's not the issue. But even if you're going to develop a defense industrial base indigenously, then you need to, if defense is your priority, you need to actually shake up things where that is going to be your priority one. If you are prioritizing job creation, I'm not saying that's wrong, but if you are prioritizing, job creation is not even a this thing, but say strategic autonomy over security, eventually that's going to be a problem. And I think the vice chief of air staff said something like this is, and people always criticize when somebody like him comes out, they say, oh, you just want to import weapons. No, what he's trying to tell you is tomorrow don't blame the Air Force when they don't have squadrons because it's been a 20-year effort to upgrade your fighters. Because you're still trying to figure out, I don't think it's wrong to say produce at home. Self-reliance makes sense these days. But then you have to ensure that you do everything to ensure that people are going to come and co-produce there. So it's those things which, if you think you have time with China, or you can buy time with China, then you have a very different set of urgency and you will take a different. So to me, I think the direction is right. To me, it's a tougher environment in which to make this policy, but I just think on both those fronts, internal and external balancing, I think from what I see, the assumptions are that India has time and with China, and we'll see if that's a right or wrong assumption. Some of what you'll see with even in trying to talk to China is to buy that time, to try to push that likelihood that Xi Jinping makes that choice further and further on. And then I think the second thing is this is not the only thing going on for India, right? There are those other very real goals in terms of other priorities. And to me, the answer is not, because people will say, well, we have to divide the economic pie. The only answer to that is you grow the pie, which means you have to make certain decisions that will go against some of your ideological preferences, whether economic or otherwise. And so to me, if China really is the challenge and the generational challenge that India has to face, a country that's now 5 times India's size economically, I think that urgency aspect and being even bolder is the one critique that I would make. I would have had more critiques, 10 years ago, because I actually 8 years ago, because I think India was telling itself a story, or at least Prime Minister Modi was doing some of the mirror imaging about China. And what we found out with Xi Jinping is there's probably a debate from a lot of what China experts say. There's a debate, and some people think India is a country that China shouldn't push, and there are others in the Chinese establishment who are telling Xi Jinping, yes, you should and can push it. And so the question is figuring out which one is the one that is going to be the case, and we'll find out.
My friend Nitin Pai of Takshashila likes to say that a rising GDP is the best foreign policy, and I couldn't agree more. I mean, and unfortunately, all our parties
It is true, but you can take that. I do think that's one of Nitin's best lines, but I do think you can take that to the extent that you become Germany then, that only cares about GDP and has left your security, outsourced your security to others. So it's also what you do with the GDP.
It's also what you do with the GDP. And unfortunately, all our parties are ideologically aligned against a rising GDP because I don't think any of them really care about growth. So anyway, that's an entirely different issue. The last of my potted foreign policy questions is about the US, but also about the world. Like, Trump too is very likely. If that happens, that impacts what happens in Russia, Ukraine. He's probably going to throw in his lot with Putin, and the world can just go to hell in many different ways. How does all of this impact India? Because there is also, under Trump, there is also a rising insularity that happens. At the same time, they might see India as a counterbalance to China. So, what are the best case and worst case scenarios for India in, given the possible changing shape of the world over the next few years?
So I think, I wrote a piece in, I think it was 2020 or 2021, looking back at how India dealt with the Trump administration. And, it was interesting to go back and look at it. I think one thing we know is we have a broad sense of Trump's preferences, but we actually don't know what that will lead to in terms of outcomes. Even on Russia, Ukraine, I think there was a lot of hope in 2017 when he came in India that, he will reach equilibrium with Russia and that would actually ease the Russia difference. And during a Trump administration, Congress passed the CAATSA sanctions, which then created problems for. So, there's a sense that this could happen, but you also don't know necessarily. After all, Putin doesn't actually want to have a negotiation with Zelensky. He wants to talk to the US. But Trump is actually saying, in fact, I want to be the grand peacemaker and get everybody in the room together. Is Putin going to agree with that? So we don't actually know. But I think if you're India, what you're doing is you're looking at a combination of what your experience was in the past, and you're trying to assess through his preferences, etc., who might go in. Because that's the other thing, right? There's a lot of assessments. It's hard for us to figure this out. But we know what Trump 1.0 looked like. But as I was saying earlier, a Trump 2.0 won't have the same people who've gone in. Who actually, India was very lucky. It had a lot of people in positions that mattered to India policy making that either knew and understood India or they had a sense that India was important to whatever their priorities are. So I think there are going to be different aspects. As you said, there are things that the government might say, okay, and I think this is going to be different, right? The parts of Indian government will have different views. I think also the Indian government, I suspect, will have a different view than even the party and definitely Twitter on this. I think given India's previous experience, the hope will be that, okay, Russia will ease, as you say, as a point of difference because there will also be a additional hope on the part of India that if Russia Ukraine gets sorted, the US can once again focus on the Indo-Pacific. So this is all hope. This is the second thing people will say is, oh good, he's not going to care about democracy and human rights. They'll stop caring about this in India. The third, people will say, look, after all, he's the one who helped shake things up on China. We think he'll be tough on China and that we can work with them and we can show that, look, between Quad and what India is doing with defense budget, we're not a free rider. And that these guys will be set off the chain and a lot of the people around Trump, that they agree that it should be tough on China. And you could see that argument just generally, and that at the end of the day, India handled Trump fine. Those are going to be the arguments, that he's transactional. We can figure out a way to speak to that transactionalism. I think on the other side, you will have the biggest concern across the board will be volatility and uncertainty for an Indian government that actually doesn't need any more volatility and uncertainty in the world. And that will be including on not the people around Trump who tend to be China hawks, but Trump's own preferences on China. He has said, I will not ban TikTok, I'll reverse the ban. He has now said, I don't care about Taiwan. Why should I care about Taiwan? What have they done for us? India might not be an ally, but if he starts questioning alliances and commitments outside, if he takes that more isolationist view, that's a problem for India. Because it won't just be that he'll be doing it directly. It won't affect India directly. There'll be things around. What signal is he going to send to China? Is the signal sent to China that, okay, China, you can push India and we're not actually going to care about it? Or you can push the Philippines, take over the South China Sea. That is China that controls the South China Sea is of direct interest to India. Sometimes people think this is a Western problem or an American. It is not. Most of India's maritime trade goes through there. Or a lot of it does. And so it's that uncertainty. Will he wake up one morning and do a deal with Xi Jinping? Will China play transactionalism better than India does? You could even say this on economics. He said, I will impose tariffs, including on every country. So 10% on India. He has said, will he do what the Biden administration has done, which is tech transfer to India, encourage American companies to produce in India? Not clear that he will, because he's saying bring business back here. He will say, why is GE going and doing this with HAL in India? They should produce here and export. right? Why should we give India this tech transfer? What have they done for us lately? And then, finally, even on the value side, on that values pillar basket, on the one hand, Trump himself, I think, and this goes in that, might not be, he has no problem with high skilled immigration. But on the immigration side, in his previous administration, they did come down hard on high skilled immigration. You now have an unprecedented number of Indians coming through these undocumented migrant route. Last year, they were saying 100,000. This will definitely be a problem with the Trump administration. And even his constituencies care about at least one internal politics issue in India, which is Christian NGOs and the safety of Christians, because that is his part of his vote base. So, to me, when people say so and so is going to be good and bad, one, I think if you're the Indian government, you're saying, I will deal with whoever, I don't get a vote here. But second, I actually think the conventional wisdom that Delhi will be very happy with the Trump. No, Delhi will deal with the Trump administration if it has to. And relatively, they'll be better off than, say, maybe a European government. But I think the thing that would be a concern, and not a small concern for India, which is why I don't think this view that, oh, they'd be very happy, is this volatility. And keep in mind how much India had to change and adapt and become more transactional, had to swallow insults, everything to be able to keep one person happy, right? Because that country matters to many Indian goals. So the hope will be that, a Trump sticks to the China thing, that he'll have people around him who buy the, for the structural establishment reasons that I said, buy the India case. India will try to do its part to shape views of it. They will do business with Trump in a very different way if he becomes president. And so countries adapt because they don't get a vote. But I think what it will mean for Indian foreign policy is that we've seen what it meant last time: more emphasis on self-reliance, more diversification. So doubling down on relationships, not just with the US, but Europe, Middle East, Australia, Japan, so other countries. And then finally, the piece I wrote on, is there going to be an India-China deal? I think in some ways you could argue that along with making sure India can protect itself against China, there will also be this question of can India find a way to ensure that doesn't escalate again, and potentially even think that, okay, China is also going to have a tough time with Trump if he becomes president, and so see if there's some space there. So I think we'll see India do what India did last time, but I don't think that's necessarily the constant uncertainty. Is the whole world going to change? Is Trump going to walk out of a Paris deal again or an Iran deal again? And what India also benefited from the Abraham Accords, which, a lot of people said wouldn't have happened otherwise. But now we're seeing that those are breaking down in the Middle East. So some of this is, I think it's just going to be, if Trump comes back, I think for India, it's just going to be every morning, like the whole world, is going to be a new day with uncertainty. Foreign Minister Jaishankar once said it was like being on a roller coaster, and I think we will return to the amusement park. That will be the case, but with the with the possibility that depending on how things go, you could see the India-US relationship move forward, or you could see major problems. But it really depends on, I think, much more so than usual, what Trump himself prefers.
The fate of the world will be decided at 3 a.m. But let me tell you something. Even if the world goes to hell, even if we enter a vicious cycle and it spirals out of control, you and I can take refuge in art. So my final question of the show, for me and my final request rather, for me and my listeners, recommend books, films, music that fill you with joy and mean a lot to you and that you'd like to recommend to all of us.
It's a great question. I mean, I think I mentioned some of the books, including, I noticed James Scott passed away. One of the influential books, Seeing Like a State, was very influential for me. To me, there's so many books and music. I also, when I was growing up, my dad had, we used to have cassettes then, of things like country music. So I even like country music. I listen to a lot of music. I couldn't tell you who I listen to these days because it's on my kind of Spotify playlist and comes on. I think in books, to me, I don't know if metaphysical club would translate because it's very specific, but it really, for me, was helped shape my idea of when policy ideas fit. I watch a lot of kind of murder mysteries or spy shows and things like that. So let me just, otherwise I'll go on and won't be able to remember all the books. But since I'll tell you the recent ones that I've watched that I think are good. Slow Horses on Apple. I think there's a Spy Among Friends. Like, I don't know what channel it'll be on in India. But I'll tell you another show that actually is very good. It's like the Yes Prime Minister or G Mantri Ji, which was with Farooq Sheikh, the Indian version, but about kind of the intelligence community. Again, it shows the internal thing. And these kind of things I actually think are quite good for understanding. It was this show, I think it's on YouTube, very, 80s, 90s production values, called The Sandbaggers, which is worth watching. There's very little activity outside the office, so I would warn people, this is not that kind of show. Deutschland 83, if people haven't seen that. And then, since I like kind of niche stuff, very interesting also about a country that was neutral, so to speak, during the Cold War, which is a Finnish show called Shadow Lines about the Finnish intelligence service during the Cold War and how they play that role between. I would love to see more Indian shows that look back at both documentaries, but also TV series set in kind of historical settings. I always say, for those who have read John le Carre novels, there's Smiley, the character, and his nemesis is Carla. And the one time they meet is in a jail in Delhi.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
And so there are all these stories that I keep thinking, I'd love to kind of see more. There's this fascinating story, I think it was about Stalin's daughter who escaped to India, and there was a dramatic thing. It is just waiting to be made into a show. So I'd like to see more of that. But I wish I'd been prepped for this because there's just so much to read. And, I even find things like mythology of different sorts very interesting to read in terms of, even as I think about human interactions, about international relations. If you start reading these things about negotiations, you learn a lot from mythology. I read fiction to improve, partly for fun, but also it helps me improve my writing, make it more accessible. But yeah, I think I've spent all my time talking on the first, the 80%, 90%, and I can't think of too many other things in terms of books or the music at the moment.
So you need to come to India and you need to start your travel app and you need to start a pub and you need to turn some of these stories into films and you need to do more episodes with me because there's still so much we haven't spoken about. But I'm so grateful for, your sharing your time and insights with me. This is wonderful. Thank you so much.
It was great. And you indulge your speakers or your guests by letting us go on and on and on. I just hope it is of interest to the audience. And thank you so much for taking the time as well.
It was more than interesting to my audience. I'm very sure of that. You will hear from them. Thank you.
Thanks, Amit.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will. Go to your nearest bookstore, online or offline, and pick up Tanvi's excellent book, Fateful Triangle. Links to all her other writings is in the show notes. You can follow her on Twitter at Tanvi_Madan. You can follow me at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in or any podcast app of your choice. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.